So after like what, 5.5 hours of Final Fantasy VI yesterday, I'm back to it. I'm not done. I don't know how long we're gonna go today or how far we're gonna get. But I'm very excited about the next section where we're about to go. We'll see if I'm fully equipped to survive it, because I haven't really been leveling my characters or making a big fuss about buying all the gear that I need to be properly outfitted for it. So I just need to try to make sure that I have Fire Dance by the time we get to a Sabin scenario, or well, by the time we get to the battle for Narshe. It's interesting to be able to talk about a game I'm streaming, like, and what's coming up and things like as like freely as I have been. Like to know what's coming and not worry as much about spoilers. Because that's not usually the case, even in the case where I've like streamed, like for example, where I streamed Suikoden, I didn't want to spoil it for the folks who were watching, because we had a few folks who were watching who hadn't seen it before. Not as much of a concern here, just because that's when I do Final Fantasy VI. I talk about Final Fantasy VI a lot. Although it is interesting because I have streamed it before. I don't know. I'm gonna go ahead and dive on in shortly. I really like the music. Hopefully the audio balance is good. Look at the improvement of this font. I replaced the default English font with oh, okay, we're good. I replaced the default English font with a font that is provided in-game, the Japanese version. And it seems much easier to read, to look at. Hopefully the dialogue will be a bit more comfortable on your end as well, folks. So we left off with me saying, okay, we're about to go into one of my favorite sections of the entire game. And then one of the best sections of the entire game. So I love the section in South Figaro for reasons that should be obvious if you know anything about me. But I think that Sabin scenario is the most complete and detailed of all of the scenarios. And so these two are very strong. Terra's is basically like walk through a room, fight a couple of basic random encounters, the end. It's very forgettable, doesn't have a lot. It feels like it's mostly there to provide a little bit of closure about what happens next. But I think you wouldn't lose anything if the characters were just like, yeah, we went to Narshe. So we'll see you in Narshe. And then you don't see what they're doing. And then you cut to these guys. And then when they arrive in Narshe, the other guys are there like they said they would be. But they didn't decide to do that for whatever reason. They didn't. I guess perhaps it's one more opportunity to level up Terra and Edgar prior to the battle for Narshe, which is not an easy section. But in my experience, Sabin usually does the heavy lifting during that section. Yeah, well, so Sabin's scenario has some weirdness to the story. Like it's not by any stretch. I'm not saying that it's like. I would change even without making major changes to the story or the game or whatever. I would change some of like the pacing and the way things work. There's a lot of going from one interesting place to another rather than it following like a logical chronology, a logical progression. But you know, Final Fantasy VI is from an era where that's kind of in some ways the sort of the best that they could do. I don't know. We're gonna pick up with Locke's scenario. The music. This is such an interesting thing to listen to right now because I am in the middle of arranging a version of this music, this particular song, right now, because I'm doing the audiobook of chapter 1 of my fanfic, which picks up with Locke and Celes and South Figaro because they're the central characters. So that's where we start and then progress through the rest of the world of balance. And so maybe it's because I have very big opinions because I've been working with this song really closely for a little while. But I don't really... This is one where I'm not super thrilled with the instrumentation. Like, handing it over to... I think this is a... I'm really bad when it comes to double reads. You'll notice that I always am just like, it's a double read. It's a single read. Because I have a hard time telling the difference between, like, this to me feels like a bassoon. I think it's a bassoon. But my double read friend would probably be like, oh Lauren, oh Lauren. Yeah, so I don't ever bother getting any of Gav's rages because I basically never use him. I don't like blue magic. I said in the last stream, from a story perspective, that Final Fantasy VI is excellent if you have a love for charming rogues or rogue characters of multiple flavors, because it has 3 options on the main cast, which is great. I like that. It's my favorite archetype, and they have nice varieties. But gameplay-wise, Final Fantasy VI is a treat if you like blue magic, because you have multiple blue magic characters. I actively dislike blue magic, so I just don't. Fortunately, they're optional. So I don't ever get any of Strega's stuff. I don't ever get any of Gau's stuff. I just put them, they stay behind on the airship. Bye. So here we go. So see how much better this font is? I'm very glad we've got this. So one thing that for all that Locke is obviously my favorite character, I don't know as a kid that I fully internalized what it was that Locke is doing in South Figaro. They actually make it rather clear. Like, they do tell you straight up what Locke does. He's here gathering information and just kind of trying to mess with their supply lines and things like that. Which is a very useful thing to do. He's very much the behind the scenes guy. He's a saboteur. Is the word that I use. Sorry. And so I think that's a neat setup here. For me, I think as a kid, it got very overshadowed by what ended up happening in the chapter. But I don't think, as a child, I don't know that I ever fully realized what he was doing. Because, yeah, we don't see any of it. No, it's true. And he doesn't talk about the specifics of anything that he does. It says he has tried to harm them. And I believe that he says he's going to get information when he gets sent in here. And so we've got these 2 things vaguely, generally described, but the specifics I glossed over. So who knows? It's up to the imagination. I can only guess, like, something to do with supply lines or something like that, because that's, historically speaking, what characters who do, or, well, not characters, people, that's what this means. At least according to having read some history and then books that have things like wars and stuff in them. Yeah, so someone needs to go to South Figaro and slow them down, but I think they also have something about getting information. But yeah, so he's down there sabotaging things, getting in the way, being generally a pain. He's done some unspecified damage to them, and now he's hiding. I also didn't realize that Thancred was a rogue for the first part. Basically for like the whole section of A Realm Reborn till what's her name? Yugiri shows up and he starts flirting with her in a very specific way, and I was like, oh, is that your personality? Surely I would have noticed this, because this is one of my favorite types of characters. But of course there's circumstances in Final Fantasy XIV that prevent you from getting to know Thancred earlier. But yes, no, Thancred, I was like, everyone in this cast is a boring archetype, but at least he's my favorite archetype, even if he's nothing more than that. Whereas I feel that Locke has much more of a distinctive personality. So gotta make tracks and get to Narshe. That feels like the original translation that Ted Woolsey did. So just for anybody who's joining me today who wasn't here yesterday, I don't really know the Game Boy Advance translation very well. Like, there's parts of it that I know quite well because I've referenced it for various writing projects. But by and large, like, I know the Ted Woolsey translation, and I don't think I ever beat the Game Boy Advance version. I think I've only ever beaten the Super Nintendo version. And so I've kind of wondered, you know, how much of Ted Woolsey's translation, like, how much of it was Woolseyisms? because it's like, yes, he had to be extremely creative with like the euphemistic way that he approached talking about, for example, death, which I was playing through this game with a friend last year, because you can play it multiplayer, and so we were doing that, and she hadn't ever encountered the game before, and she, like, I was like, just before we dive into this, you have to know there were things that Nintendo of America said you couldn't say in a game, and death and dying is one of those topics. And so the way in which he like tweaked and wrote around it, it was really something. I think he gets credit for that. Okay, thank you, Stolen Light. How interesting, because like I feel like Ted Woolsey provided a fair bit of God, look at the water effects. Oh, that's really pretty. I wasn't sure how I felt about the way the rippling water effects looked when we were going down the river, but I think it works a lot better here. It's a little bit jarring, but it's not as bad, not as strange. Like, it still feels more like it's part of the same game instead of just being a particle effect thrown on top. Yeah, no, Final Fantasy VI is a nice dark game. But it's part of why I like it so much. But with Ted Woolsey, like, obviously, like I was saying, he had to write around death a lot. But I feel like he put some interesting what felt to me like it was his own character into things with the way that he would write things very informally, very strangely. Like I say that his translation is a very idiosyncratic translation, and I don't speak a word of Japanese really, so I know that he had to write around censorship. He had to write to fit a very small amount of space, because you can fit a lot more content in a lot less characters in Japanese, just because of the structure of the language. So he had to work around that. But I feel like in a lot of cases it has felt to me like perhaps some of the like extreme informality, like really conversational, informal talking, I always just attributed to Ted Woolsey. So this Gotta Make Tracks, which is like the super like I don't even know if I would say that that's idiomatic or what. That's the sort of thing that I would think. And so it seems like, based on this translation, that the Japanese original must have had a lot more of this like kind of slangy way of talking than I thought. Like the original contained more of that than I realized. Because there'll be things like this where I'm like, this feels like this is the Woolseyism, and then you give me what the Woolseyism is, and it's very similar. But even more informal. Obviously, Ted Woolsey couldn't just put "damn it." Nintendo of America would not have approved of "damn it." Look at me, I'm swearing on a stream. Can you believe it? There's extra layers in that music, by the way. Kind of makes me feel like I should add some more now that I've heard it in my cover. The reason why I think Sabin's name stopped being what it was in the original is because, like, he went by Mash, and you can't have a character who punches things named Mash in English. It just won't do. You know? Like, it's already kind of bad enough that your thief-type character is named Locke. I love him. I love him dearly, but, like, he had the E added to his name, I think, to prevent it from being that in English. It does, but it's not just Locke that talks this way. But yeah, like does Locke have a particularly informal way of speaking? I don't know. Yeah, no, like, I mean, we could talk a fair bit about the names and the names changing, which names did change, and what we know about the pronunciation of them as a result. But a Moogle named Moogle or an alien named Earth. Yeah, well, because Terra sounds like an exotic name to us, spelled that way, and Tina sounded apparently like an exotic name in Japan, whereas here it's like just another name. It's one of the things that I don't know. I'm not a translator, so I'm glad I don't have to. Oh, Aerith. Oh, I guess so. Yeah. Look, I'm not gonna think of Final Fantasy VI early. I'm a 100% Final Fantasy 7. I'm a Final Fantasy 6 all the time person right now, so Final Fantasy 7 is not gonna register in my little brain. Terra is, oh, she's not. Okay, so fun fact about the Espers that I hadn't fully realized until I was doing a little research into something. The translation of what Espers are was not entirely clear. Apparently they were in fact people who were given magic rather than another species or race altogether. So very interesting stuff. There's a lot more. Oh yeah, so the auto mod just doesn't allow links. I'm sorry. There was a period of time where we were getting a few people coming in and spamming, and we got a really, really, really egregious attack. And so since then we've been kind of cautious on both the Discord and Twitch chat. Is it Tomatoes series of Let's Plays where he goes through with the 4 translations, including Google's auto translate? As I've read chunks of that, and it's very, very good, very interesting. For anyone who doesn't know that, isn't familiar with that, Tomato is the translator who translated the most commonly used. I don't know if there even are any other fan translations of Mother 3, but he also did this very, very extensive and detailed exploration of Final Fantasy VI translations, which I have read in pieces, but not all the way through. It's very good when I'm researching stuff to try to write my own project. I think so, Mercurius. So, okay, so here we have Locke being really, really informal and conversational. Gotta make tracks and get to Narshe. We got a map. I really do appreciate this map. Like, it's a really nice addition to the game. As somebody who is really directionally challenged in games to a problem. It is kind of weird the way it blurs, though. Like, things that aren't fully pixelated in this game, I don't know how well they sit. Alright, so we were just here, 5 minutes ago. Rich people's homes always have secret passages. Wise, Duncan's wife. Wise. I will say, trying to make that make sense. Oops. We'll save here. Just in case I wind up needing to have things in better shape for the battle for Narshe. That's why I'm keeping that other save. Walk through the guard on the right. How do you walk through the guard on the right? Oh, okay. I don't know about that. If there are cool tricks, chances are I don't know them. I don't know how to do that, Brenomania. Does that work? Is that a thing that we can do? Okay, excellent. All right. Pausing as you step into him. Oh my goodness. I don't think I have the patience to do little glitches like that. So you would think that I would remember this section very well. You would be wrong. My memory is terrible, even of my favorite game, but I'm interested that it's still cider. Was it cider, like actually properly cider in the original, or are we still translating and being careful in the Game Boy Advance era to avoid writing alcohol into things? Only supposed to let merchants through here. Gosh, if only there was something we could do about this. Oh, I really, really like what they filled out the song so it doesn't feel nearly as like empty, because they're no longer, I guess, restricted by the 8 channels. Hello. Yeah, by the way, don't do that. They will kick your butt. You are Locke. You do not have any strength. I bought a whole bunch of these, though, anticipating that I would need them. Oh, so it's sake. Okay. Old man's wine. Okay, funny. I didn't think that it would be originally cider. And what I mentioned this last time, but I think it's funny because in a lot of the rest of the world, I think if you were to say cider, people wouldn't think that that was a way of not writing about alcohol, because I think for a lot of the world, hard cider is the default assumption, and non-alcoholic cider is not really a thing. I don't think so much. I don't know. In the US specifically, cider defaults to a non-alcoholic sort of variant on apple juice, which I really like. So that I think is worth pointing out. That infamous thief. Oh no. Okay, so there's not... That was just plain rude. He is a treasure hunter. Okay. His hobby is going into caves and finding hidden treasure. That's treasure hunting. He can do this for the plot. Yeah, no, I remember this is all Rip Your Lungs outline. I'm glad to know that that is not actually, that's a Woolseyism, you know? It's very, very entertaining as a line, but it doesn't fit with the character, because I was talking about Locke and how I think of him as being this, like, very, like, relatively, like, sensitive to other people's feelings person, because he keeps getting involved with these, like, sad, tragic people that he tries to help, and it just does not feel consistent with his character at all to jump to "I'll rip your lungs out." So thanks, Ted Woolsey. So here he's like, oh, that's rude, don't call me names, come on, man. Which is, I think, much more in character. However, oh my god, electric guitars. I just really like them, okay? I just really like them. So much. And then there's, like, I really love the, like, almost mariachi-esque trumpet that they've decided to go with. Ah, there we go. So is he still gonna be translated as birthday suit, which was not, by the way, a word that the phrase that I understood as a kid? Alright, are they gonna keep these? These are, I think when it came to retranslating it, they had to, like, they wanted to obviously make a better translation than Ted Woolsey was able to throw together with all of the various restrictions he was facing. But they had to keep some of the most iconic lines, even if it's son of a sandworm instead of a son of a submariner, which I will never stop complaining about. But do you hear the guitars? Do you hear the rhythm guitars? They're so good! No, Final Fantasy VI always had a really, like, it uses its brass section really well, so. Alright, let's see, did we keep this? Right, Julie, it is! It's because it's not that they're in the desert, it's because the castle is mechanically stuff going into the down. It's burrowing down. So it's a reference not to the fact that they're in the desert, but to the fact that their castle is a piece of machinery that dives like a submarine. It's so much better and distinctive. It's so much more distinctive, so much more interesting and specific to Figaro and their technology. I will fight. I have strong feelings about this Submariner line. It's clever and it's good. Okay, so the little type price was right. Good. I got distracted. Thank you, Noel girl. I'm very good at words. No, I was distracted thinking about that line, but yes, okay, so a little type of the price was right is the same. Excellent. And it does say birthday suit, which is actually pretty funny. It's a good question, sir. He's still wearing his clothes and his sprite, though. They don't just have like a pile of body there. All right, where can I go as a merchant besides just going down there to get the cider? Boop, 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 boop. I think I'll fight that. Oh, no, it's the green ones. The green ones are the ones that you can take their armor. Oh my gosh. Sir Kitty, thank you for following, friend. Welcome. Are you a Final Fantasy VI fan? All right. I am a merchant, absolutely. So I should not be trusted with, there we go. With the run button. You'll see I'm really bad at lining up with doors and things. All right, wait, hold on. No, I'm a merchant. Oh wait, no, never mind. It feels like the lighting effect on the other side of that door is different. All right, where can I go? Where can I go? God, I love South Figure. I love interpreting this as part of the city's character, the way that things are interconnected. Okay, the green, that's the one that we get. Yes. So they do actually a pretty good job of, oh, I should probably, while I'm here, I should probably buy stuff for Celes or I'm going to regret it. What can she equip? I mean, I assume that she can wear the plumed hat. I assume that she can wear the things that Tara can wear. I'm gonna get a hat. Okay. Oh, I've got more stock of those. Okay, well, look. All right. Well, I may regret this, and they probably will give me some stuff, but I just don't want to be caught without. Because I remember that being... Ooh. I should have one of these, maybe. How many do you need? Sure, why not? We'll do that. Because I think that she'll probably be mostly hitting with a sword in this part of the game. As I seem to recall, having a hard time with, the section when you first recruit her, that's difficult. Yeah, it's like that's the thing, like it feels like it's specifically teleport stone. Okay. Let warp. Scram. Oh, a cadet. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. They're the grunts. All right, here we go. Since my cat's not in the room, I may bust out my flute during this playthrough sometimes more than I did yesterday, if folks are okay with that. Yeah, okay, so the combat backgrounds are definitely different. A bit too large, but he didn't charge. Just, I'm sorry. It's a great game. Yeah. Hi, Mr. Spaghetti Zone. Look at me do a cool, super cool dude shuffle. Wah 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 wah. All right, where can I go that I couldn't go before? Yeah, I feel like, well, it feels like the locations haven't really, like, I feel like they haven't really done much with the, okay, hold on. They haven't done a whole lot with this level of things graphically. But I'm just trying to note the sections that they have, the things that they have updated. Whew, sorry, my brain's a little bit slow today, so if I start talking, I kind of have to cut myself off and be like, wait, what was that? What was that? I'll hit my groove, sorry. All right, buddy. Yep, I came to steal your cider. That's correct. Oh, interesting, Stolen Light. I haven't played any of the other Pixel remasters. So I know that my sister complained a lot about Final Fantasy IV's Pixel Remaster. But things that she was concerned about are not necessarily things that I'd be concerned about. Oh, what did you didn't murder that guy. He's just gone, though. All right. I feel like Final Fantasy VI look is also probably aged better. Final Fantasy IV was pretty early, I think, in that console generation. Oh, so they brought them up to 5's look. Okay. 5 was not a game that I loved. I never personally beat it because I like melodrama and tragedy. And so a Saturday morning cartoon is not really my jam. Oh, is that it? Bardic Knowledge. Oh yeah, because so we were speculating that it was because the Game Boy Advance required really bright colors because of the lighting versus backlighting. Which I don't know. I'm really not a fan of the like super neon colors on the overworld. It's not my favorite. All right, so there's that guy if I need to fight him to get through. What do you think I might do? Oh wait, hold on. There's a box. Hello. Oh, cool. Green cherries. Is getting empty from really big concern? Is this where I want to go? Yes! Look at this. You would think I would remember Seth Figaro of all places. Alright, so let us go do this. Alright. Yeah, well, the characters are trying to do something different in Final Fantasy V. Like, when I say that it's a Saturday morning cartoon, I'm sort of making fun of it, but not exactly. Because, like, it's not trying to be an epic tale of tragedy and betrayal. You know, like, it's goofy, and it's silly, and it's wacky, and it's zany. And Ferris is a great character. No, that's true. Ferris is the best part of that game. And so when people ask, like, what do you think of the various Final Fantasy games, Lauren? And I'm like, you know, Final Fantasy V is a Saturday morning cartoon, and it's really not my jam, so I never beat it. And they're like, oh, do you not think it's very good? And I'm like, oh, no, I'm sure it's very good if it's the sort of thing that it is. Like, if the sort of thing that it is something that you like, I'm sure it's outstanding, because I've heard a lot of really great things from people who absolutely love it. It's just not my personal taste. My personal taste is maximum melodrama and tragedy. This game is right up my alley. Final Fantasy X, yes, you know? So, well, the thing is, I didn't feel like the characters were necessarily blank slates in 5, so much as that they weren't very serious. I'm sorry, it's hard for me not to call him Butts. Bart's, he's like goofy and dumb and sweet, and he and his friends totally mess things up for Galoof for no good reason except that they're dumb. He's like, please don't follow me, I've got to go deal with actual serious things. And they're like, oh, we should go and do this, and just mess the whole thing up. Yeah, I've been told that if I were to play one of the NES games, that, or NES era ones, that 2 would be the only one that would be at all interesting to me. Because it has story and characters. They all have very good music. So I'm familiar with the music of the NES generation, but I know, Zulily, I know, how dare I? I guess, though, if we think of a character's class as being not just the way that they function in combat, but also kind of tied to who they are as a person, then I guess it would make sense that the game that has no class tied to each individual character is the one that has the least heavy characterization. And the one that I like the least, because, like, in Final Fantasy X, you can put your characters down different paths and teach them different abilities. But they have canonically who and what they are, and I do like that. I think I do like that best, because I think that does tend to go hand in hand with stronger characterization. The password, okay. I don't know if there's a hint, I forgot, but sorry. Yeah. That's fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. The choice of Rosebud there is interesting to me, because, like, that's a reference that there's no way that children in 1994 would have known. You know? Oh, so it's Wild Rose in the original? Interesting. Oh, that's why I have extra hats. I shouldn't have bought this. Well, whatever. Oh, that's Final Fantasy II. That's a reference. Okay, I mean, it makes sense to take out a reference to a game that we never received. Notice that this is an indoor location with a bucket. So they actually have put a lot more time and effort into having, I think, a wider range of backgrounds. I'm trying to remember if we had indoor backgrounds and outdoor backgrounds for towns. I think we did, in the original, but go wither the wild rose blooms. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense, Stolen Light, because they would assume that a fair number of their players at that point would have played the original, and would want to know what they're doing. That one's used in Zozo. Okay, thank you. I'm trying to remember. Alright, I'm pretty sure that it's Courage. Yeah, that's what I thought. Kid, why are your shoes neon? I'm pretty sure that when I played this game last, I also complained about how neon that child is. Alright. Aha! Clock elixir. So great. So great. Amazing. Okay. Alright. Sewers have newfangled fashions like light up sneakers. No, those were back in the day. Those were a thing you could get back in the day. Alright. Aha. Oh, yes. No, I know what you're talking about, Stolen Light. Shall we go get our Star Wars reference? Let's do it. Is it through here? Yes. Shall we? So it's funny, I hope you don't mind. I'm gonna be talking a little bit about the fanfic that I wrote because, like, or well, I am writing. It's still in progress. Because that's just what I'm gonna do, okay? Just, please forgive. So when I was writing out originally like a script, I wasn't sure how familiar my actors would be with the game. It turns out they were both quite, for Locke and Celes at least, they're quite familiar. I think actually most of the characters, most of the actors that I've cast so far are fans of the game. So I was like, yes, so this is our Luke rescues Leia scene. For context, but turns out that wasn't necessary. But I tried to over prepare because I arranged, like, I take the dialogue from each chapter, and I pull those out into a script, and then provide some context in between so that my actors don't have to read the billions of words of narration and things that I've written that have nothing to do with them. So I'm like, this is what's happening in this scene, which is fine when you're like writing this chapter, which is the first chapter other than the prologue, which is much closer to the like what actually happens in the game, but it kind of deviates a little bit more as it goes on. If you ever want to make me happy, read that. You've got like an entire book of Final Fantasy VI love for your entertainment. Or the audiobook version will be coming, and then you can listen to music and actors and sound effects and stuff a bit. But I need to record it and hopefully not lose my voice in the process. Wait, why am I going that way? No, wait, no, I do want to go this way. Yes. Lauren. I feel like this green is maybe a little bit more neon. All right. Well, and they have the little indication that there's the little, like, fast forward button in the corner that I think is to tell you that there's conversation happening during the battle. All right, so I went through here. All right, hello. Yes, turns out, maybe you guys did a bad thing here. No, I like the fact that South Figaro doesn't fall. Oh, it's the auto battle indicator. Oh, okay. Well, I haven't done that yet myself. I like the fact that it takes somebody internal betraying them for South Figaro to lose. You know? It's not just that the Empire is all powerful. It's more than that. Blade Tiger, maybe a little. Hello, children. Yes, I don't remember if we don't have to wind the clock to anything in particular here, I don't think. I think that's only Zozo. But 6, 10, 50, I got it on the second try, so we should be good. All I could think of was the money. Boo-hoo-hoo. That's okay, Blue Glass. You've mostly missed me ambling around a bit. I don't think I missed anything of significance, but... You wind the clock here, and you set the clock there. So it's a nice touch making it quiet in here. So interestingly, when you come to this house, just the entry-level floor of this house, during, like, non-occupied South Figaro, like, it does play the occupied town music, as if it's like a hint. And here, they cut out the sound entirely in this house, which does get your attention, like, oh, something significant is happening here. And then it's so that you can notice this. I don't know if any of you guys played, I know some of you did, Illusion of Gaia, but they've also got a couple of sections where you have to listen for the sound of wind. I think that they also have, in that case, an indication, because Will's hair blows, like there's like an animation for like Will in the wind, and they've put that in too, so if you're playing it on mute, there is a hint. But it is interesting, like, as far as like accessibility goes, that's maybe not, like, it is necessary, I think, to have a visual cue of some sort. But I don't know if that happens much these days. How are you doing, Blue Glass? Also, Xenix Hyper, thank you for following. Welcome and hello, friend. Here we go. We made it through. All right. Do we want to remove the disguise? Since we went and we got this, just so we could see this line of dialogue, I think we should probably go ahead and just go for it. Let's commit to it. Let's do it. All right. Here we go. Hey, Ampy, yes, perfect. Perfect timing. I know I've seen her before. Locke's like, wait a minute, I have to know all of these things. I know who she is. It's fun coming in here earlier and seeing this just as the storage unit. Wait, is she not tied up? They changed that sprite. They changed that sprite. She's tied up in the original, which has given way to a lot of fan art, some of which is appreciative in certain ways that make me a little uncomfortable. Huh. He doesn't sock her in the stomach? That's interesting. Okay. The thing is, like, they could have replaced it with something instead of just having her standing there. I don't know. Interesting. So I don't have any objections to them removing her being chained up. Although I do think that like, I don't think that the game meant it in a weird way that sometimes the fans and the fan art have gone with it. But I think that it sells the scene nicely. And I think that her being socked in the stomach also is, for me, actually a really important part of this moment to show that she's not just being, you know, that's not just that they like stuck her in the basement, they're gonna execute her. Like maybe this is because like I have written this super long drawn out story that starts with this section, and then like one of the big things in it is people are like, can we trust Celes? And it's like she you know, she's suffering for doing what she thinks is the right thing the moment you meet her. And I feel like some of the power of that decision is lost if she's not being punished for it, you know? Magitech Knight, forged by the Empire and tempered in battle. None have ever truly known the woman beneath the general's guise. So there's a fun little detail about Celes that a lot of the fans struggle with, which is that she's actually technically, according to all of the like game materials, she's 18. She doesn't act 18 in the game. And it doesn't make sense for an 18-year-old to be a general. In the story that I've written, I've aged her up just a little bit to be 19, but I've also like indicated that it's problematic to have basically a child soldier who then becomes a general at the tender age of like 18 or 19. And I tried to make her actions fit that age. But it doesn't really make sense with who she is and how she acts. So like you have two options really. Oh, there's three. The third one is to just ignore it. But you can age her up. You can age her down, or you can just ignore it. But I think that if they were to release this game now and say this character is 18, I think that it would be really jarring and strange. Because people are like, oh, she's like what, 30? I'm like, no, she's not. And it's just she's anime 18, and that's fair. But like, thinking of like the other characters in Final Fantasy games, the ones that are young. I mean, like, we don't have characters generally over the age of 25. So we have characters who are over the age of 25 or are 25 in this game. But I feel like later games do a much better job of fitting age to character. No, I can understand that bardic knowledge, and I don't know what solution I would go with, because there is kind of like some uncomfortable implications there. Setzer, oh, how old is Setzer? Isn't he 27? I think he's 27. I might be wrong. The Figaro brothers are 27. Locke is 25. I aged him down a little bit to 23, so it felt a little bit less weird for them to be together, and made their ages feel true to who they were when I wrote them. But yeah, so this game does have a number of characters who are not children, which JRPGs in general tend to be about teenagers. So really, Final Fantasy VI overall has an older cast, but they couldn't let Celes be in her 20s like she should be. At least, I don't know. Yeah, so I don't know what I would have had them do with this scene here, because I feel like it is a really important part of her characterization, that despite being being beaten up and possibly tortured for betraying the Empire and then being sentenced to death without a trial or anything like that, that she's still trying to do the right thing. She's still pushing for, we gotta try to save we still gotta try to save Doma. And that for me is a really powerful characterization moment. And it's okay, well, we'll see how it is implied after this, but like I don't want them to soften that too much. Because it's a dark game and I like the darkness, but also yes, the genders of the characters involved do give a certain flavor to, like, there's a dynamic that could be read into the scene that is a bit more uncomfortable. I like what they did with her sprite though. There's a lot more detail on her hair, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. Maybe I'm misremembering, but I feel like they've somehow simplified things and also added a few more details. I don't know. So none have never truly known the woman beneath the general's guise is an interesting way of putting it. Versus spirit is pure as snow. So this makes her more of an unknown, whereas that implies a certain degree of innocence. That is beautifully written. I don't actually know that it fits her. Honestly, I think that this better suits Celes. That she has been a soldier for her whole life, and has never really been a person. I think that fits her more than having the spirit pure as snow, which, like, don't get me wrong, like, I love my beautiful, melodramatic, tragic, tall blonde girls who could beat you up. Okay, look. My taste in women includes Celes as one of the formative experiences of young Lauren. But I don't know that a spirit as pure as snow actually suits her. Yeah, well, no, stolen light, like it makes sense, and that's the argument that I've given, is like she wasn't even conscripted. She was taken in like as a child. They infused her with magic as a baby, and she's been raised as a soldier ever since. So she's been kind of raised to be a super soldier. And so like she's got a lot of experience, and it's specifically dedicated to this. And so perhaps being in general, maybe, you know, she's been drilled with like such incredible understanding of battlefield tactics as well, and things like that. So they've put everything that they need to, or everything that they can, into trying to make her be this perfect soldier. So yes, she's only 18, but she's not an ordinary 18-year-old. That's the explanation that I've given, because it's the one that makes sense. Yes, it's a Mr. Spaghetti Zone though, but that's one section that's kind of that's one thing that's ambiguous. As I talked about before, they're not super clear, at least the translation that I'm used to is not super clear on how Terra growing up in the Empire, like how that is, you know? like did she grow up with Celes? Do they know each other? How long has she worn the slave crown? Do we see Kefka putting it on her, and it looks like the sprite that we know. And then she goes out and fries people. How recently was that? Because the sprites don't get changed when we see the Figaro brothers as children, teenagers. So there's not really any way to pick up from that. Like, there's no context to let us know how long ago that was. But it would be nice if they wanted her to grow up with Terra and have that be a thing. And it makes it more plausible when we think that Terra, like Celes, is a Magitech experiment. Then of course it would make sense to have these two girls that are roughly the same age. And Celes can't be too much older than Terra, because it's those espers, getting those espers, that then gives them the power that they then put in when they infuse people with magic. So that's all tied together, and Celes can't be that old when she gets infused. And so, because like the thing with Kefka is he's much older than them. He was an adult when he was infused, and so I think the speculation is that it broke his mind. So they were like, okay, well, we'll put it in a baby next and see if that does better. And it did. But so by making Terra 18, that limits how old Celes can be. She could probably have a couple extra years. But at least with the setup that they've got, which I do think makes sense, that infusing a baby with magic would be less destructive to the person's psyche and functionality than taking a full-grown person and doing something as dramatic as, like, now you have magic in you and we don't know what we're doing, so we're gonna do some crazy mad science because evil Empire. Yeah, no, Blue Glass, I agree. Like, the ice magic connection, like, that's a nice touch. So the spirit is pure snow works with her connection to the ice magic. In my version, I've had that be that she was specifically infused with Shiva's magic. But I can do that. I wonder if they would do something like that if they were to expand this into a full-fledged remake. Yeah, no, it's... Yeah, there is a sort of novella of Kefka's origin that talks about the mind break. I haven't read it myself, so I just I know of it more than knowing it. But anyway, so I actually like this. I think this fits her, and I think that this emphasizes her being used as a weapon. And that's one of the things that I say a lot about Celes, is that she is a weapon, and so like she considers herself a weapon rather than a person. I mean, a knight, she is forged by the Empire and tempered in battle. They created her as a weapon. This living, breathing person is being described as a weapon, tempered in battle, and she's quite young. And then the second sentence makes it clear that, like, her personhood is a non-issue here. For all that Terra is the one who loses her direct control over her own mind and body, which is by far a worse invasion, Celes isn't actually all that much better off in some ways. So yeah, I think this is good. This gets at what I think a lot of Celes' internal conflict is. So we're just gonna go with her. Oh. Yes, we're gonna use this name. I'm curious how this scene's gonna go without the punch. It's interesting to take out the violence because I don't feel like it's right from the beginning, my girl here is showing that she does have a good heart. And I see that they've given her yellow, which I figured they might. Like, for me, it feels powerful. The guy punches her in the stomach, and then she's still trying to convince him we need to stop this. You know? This guy's very good. See, haha, very funny. Days without sleep. I believe you. Okay, so I guess they have her fall over, and I guess that does show that she's maybe... Okay, so he stands down here when he's the guard, as opposed to he jumps up into the rafters if you don't have your costume. Or I guess if you're the merchant as well. So that's nicely done, Locke. See, Locke is clever. He's clever and he's good at infiltrating things. He's a spy. This is what he does. This is his strength and the role that he plays in the I'm sorry. I like these characters, okay. Yeah, you gotta know how to improvise and hope for the best. Alright. I feel like the shading effect going into the rooms, whether it's like light or shadow, is this. I think that they've redone that. I think it looks different. It looks better. It's just because it's different. My brain is confused. It's because they can have more colors. They're no longer limited by the colors. So they're still pixelated because they want it to match, but they can do more shading. I think. All right, let's go do it. Yeah, that makes sense, Stolen Light. Oh, Karsten, thank you so much for dropping by. Yeah, I'm having a good time with it. It's a very good game, and I love it very much, and I'm just rambling about it a lot. Yeah, and then she falls over. Okay, yeah, I guess it is implied. As a kid, I probably still wouldn't have gotten it, but as a kid, there were a lot of things that went over my head in this game. This dude, very, very good at staying awake. Doesn't he usually say something silly here? Or is that after we do this? Oh, he's nodding off. Okay, here we go. My favorite characters meeting. I have written this scene a couple of times in my life, but you know, I don't think I have ever actually drawn it, despite it being one of the Locke and Sully's scenes. Which, I don't know. Look. Just keep looking! No! No. The way that that's written, no. Here we go. Aren't you a little short for a stormtrooper? Very funny. Very funny, Ted Woolsey. And I'm pretty sure this is what Luke says in return. Yeah, he does seem to have a more informal way of speaking here, and I do wonder how that comes through in the, like, what they're basing that on, like what his Japanese speech patterns are like. Name's Locke, I'm with the returners. And she's like, exclamation point and question mark. It's how we know. How we know. Strong reaction to that. Nothing but a traitor. Okay, yeah, so they do make it clear in the dialogue. So even if we don't see the violence, we can imply that it's, or we can assume that it's happened. That's all right, Celes. Locke will try. He's bad at protecting, but he's so earnest. It's funny, see, because she's a powerhouse and he is not, which is a dynamic that is great. Why are you doing this? Ah, okay. So yes, we should probably investigate. I'm sorry. Ceiling is wrong is really funny. I'm pretty sure that that was in the original, but it's still really funny. There we go. He's very awake. The most awake. Alright. Oh man, I'm never gonna get those buttons, am I? I do like what they've done with the sprites. I wasn't sure how I was gonna feel because, like everyone else, I really didn't like the 2014 iOS re-release. And it was largely, I just really hated what they did with the sprites. But I really feel that they've come up with a good compromise that works better for the situation they're in now. Where I think it does have to play on mobile devices, but it works more. Just it works better overall. It's closer to the original. All right, I notice I'm not using the run button. Stop you when you touch a save point. Oh, yeah. All right, hold on. Ah. I'll get this eventually. So, oh, interesting. In the original, I'm pretty sure that she wears a shift. She's got a cotton robe in the original here. Fortunately, I've got actual gear for her, so she shouldn't die. This makes a bit of a difference. Let's give her some relics, shall we? A book detailing knighthood's moral code. I might as well give her that. Oh. I mean, we don't have to do that. Actually, I don't know if that's a good idea now that I think about it. Maybe I should. I like that the Genji glove gives you defense boost because you're not going to be using a shield. Shall we? Should we do this and try to go with the best defense is a good offense? Let's do that. We'll try it, shall we? Let's go save. Because I remember this section being really hard. Then I don't know if it actually is or not, or if it's just that I'm not necessarily the most tactically, strategically JRPG. I don't know. Look at that, I hit the right button this time. Yeah. Alright, onward. Icing, really? Okay, I don't want to use up all my magic. Alright. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe I'm too hesitant to use magic. Oh, look at that! What? Oh, okay. Is that better than what she's currently? No. Oh my gosh. Okay, yeah, it is. I might get lost. Okay. All right. See if this is the right idea or not. Yeah, so they use the exact same animations mostly. It's just that the particle effects are overlaid around them. It works. It works nicely. Bum, bum, bum. Little Piccolo. All right. Okay. Oof. Another deliberate choice on this one? What do you mean? Stolen Light, you mean the fact that you can see the secret passageways here? So in Final Fantasy IV, you could kind of see the secret passageways. I say that because my my TV that I had growing up, like the reds were a little bit bright on it. Oh, the special effects. Spell effects. Okay. So what was different with the pixel remasters for the others? This, oh, so they didn't even add the particle effects for the other games? Huh. Interesting. Oops. Interesting, interesting. One little detail that I've noticed here that I really like is that so interesting. He just has this basement. There's not any secret passageways here, are there? I don't remember. Okay, no. What was I saying? Oh, there's one more hidden chest in there? Okay. I thought there was, but then I was looking. I don't know. I think I can take these. Oh, we'll see. Okay. Okay, so everybody, so all of the other games got a standard suite of animations, is what you're saying? And they had particle effects and were pretty and stuff, but I should probably heal Celes. I should probably pay attention to the game. Somewhat. Maybe. Alright, let's use some items. Hidden by a wall, okay. We'll go down and try that. Where's my healing? There we go. Potions. Having more effects there is nice. Hidden by a wall down here. Is it like... Because I tried to go into the walls here. That's right, you can go diagonally in this game now. Very exciting. Are you sure it's down here? Aha! Got it. Ooh. Oh. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, we want that. We definitely want that. Prevent status ailments. Very good. Thank you for reminding me that that's there. All right. All right. Let's try not to die. That's spirit. Don't get hit. All right. So you're gonna attack. I'm gonna try so hard not to get these characters killed because I love them very much. Well, they delayed the release of this game because I guess they decided to do some different things with it. I do wonder how well it's been received. Okay, the North Passage. Thank you, Stolen Light. We'll go this way then. Ah, I see. Oh, earrings. Yeah, we'll want those. I guess I should heal my party. Remind me to heal my party when we get done with this combat. So, I recently, like I guess a few months ago, wound up. A friend pulled me into this Final Fantasy VI Facebook group. Oh man, please do not kill me. Oh good, you didn't kill me. Which if anyone is here from that community, like hello and welcome. Thank you, Blue Glass. I was gonna have forgotten to do that, so thank you. And so it's been interesting because a lot of folks there have been pretty negative about this, but I feel like it's felt like a lot of them were like determined to not like it. And that's not the sort of thing that I think of as being necessarily indicative of how people at large feel about something. Because the super fans a lot of times I think tend to be pickier about, I don't know. I would almost worry about if they were going to do a Final Fantasy VI remake the way that they did a Final Fantasy VII remake, which is of course a question that comes up a lot. Please don't hit me, bad guys. That's not very nice of you. They're not very nice. God, I love the arrangement of this song. It's so good. Oh, well, I'm also wondering, is this game going to bring more fans to this game? Like, does it appeal to people who've never played this game before? Oof. Let's try not to die. Oh my goodness. That doggy got scared. Bye, pups. Alright. I should probably heal again after this. Oh, I guess that's true. They did release around the same time as Elden Ring, which is a problem, maybe. Actually, I don't know if we need to use Blizzard on these guys, actually. I think I might now have leveled up sufficiently that I can take them out in the same amount of turns. I wonder if that's going to hurt the game in the long term, which would really be a shame. Like, I would love for Final Fantasy VI to get, at least I feel like I would love for Final Fantasy VI to get a resurgence of, like, new fans. We'll see, actually. Part of me wonders if I would become territorial the way fans do sometimes when there's a new thing and the new fans come. You know what I'm talking about? This is a thing, but it doesn't go anywhere, okay. Spells are a lot stronger, yeah. As for souls. Okay, I'm gonna do this. Please don't kill me. I would be really sad. I should see if Locke can equip some of this better gear, actually. Because I would like for more people to fall in love with this game, I think, and to appreciate it and talk about it and get excited about it. And I wonder if the pixel remasters are for us primarily, or if they are also meant to... Should I go back in sleeping bag? Actually, no. Oh, Locke. He's a little bit sensitive about this. Oh, he does touch the world map. Oh, that's right. That's right. The tunnel armor is in the Seth Figaro cave. All right. Well, if they had released it as they'd originally intended to last year, maybe it would have made a bigger splash if it hadn't come out literally the same week as Elden Ring. They knew when Elden Ring was coming out. Why did they pick this day? Why not push it by a couple of weeks? I wonder. As a person who works in marketing myself, I wonder about those decisions. You know? Oops. No, buttons. Buttons. I'm struggling with them. But I mean, they could have announced a different date in the first place. That's the thing. They announced it 2 weeks ago. They announced it's coming out in 2 weeks. But they've known when Elden Ring is coming out. Everyone's known when Elden Ring is coming out. That's been public common knowledge. I guess maybe they assumed that their audience wasn't going to be the audience that plays Elden Ring. Maybe. Yeah, probably. I'm gonna save. Oops. Unseelie, huh? Wait, am I on? Did I turn on auto battle? Oh, I did, didn't I? How did I turn on auto battle? Or is it that these guys are so low level that it's turned on auto battle for me? Oops. I feel like they didn't they announce that Final Fantasy 1 Pixel Remaster is going to be coming out on consoles? Didn't that actually happen? Oh. Okay. This and the Chocobo theme are the only ones that I don't like. I just really don't like the choice of instrumentation that they use for the bump 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 bump. Oh, I don't know why I thought that they had then, Axel. Like, I love everything else about this arrangement, but I'm not a fan of that. What could that be? Am I still leaving the treasure chests? Should be a harmony there, I feel. Ignore chests. Okay, cool. Acrofreeze. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Okay, look at that. Okay, so it is something that you can very easily turn it on and off. Okay, I wondered about that. Oh no, she stopped. She stopped. Okay. I'm not really concerned about the tunnel armor fight. I think I'll be okay. Alright. What could that sound be? Alright. Oh, this auto battle thing's great, actually. I'm a fan of this. Nice. Yeah, I don't fully understand how Square Enix does things, so... Okay. Recovery spring. Button. Do we grind for another level? I guess we're not close, are we? Oh, right, quick save is a thing. Okay, we'll do this. Oh. I think it quick saved for me. All right, let's see how it goes. Why is there tunnel armor just digging through this cave here? Also, that lens flare will never not be silly. Scrubbing two big scorch marks off the wall. It's an incredible soundtrack. I think it's Remaster's best. Oh my god. Electric guitars. That bum bum bum. Like that little arpeggio there is a really nice addition. I really like it. Alright, let's see if I can remember what I'm supposed to be doing here. I'm gonna blizzard it, I guess. Does it have a tell before it... Hunting for Grow Castle or going to Narshe's Mines. That makes sense, Stolen Light. Oof, that's a lot of damage. Alright, we'll see how this goes. This is a really fun song to play live. When you have like an entire band doing the ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, like all in sync. It's very satisfying. Oof. Okay, I guess I should probably heal him or something, shouldn't I? I guess I should probably use a potion. Well, no, he's doing decent damage. Oh. I didn't get any experience for that? Huh. Alright, well, That was really easy. Oh, interesting. Blue glass. Huh. So have they made the bosses more simply AI'd? Oh my god. Button. Alright. I've forgotten how abruptly that ends. Yeah, no, it's true still in light. I remember having a harder time with that because it does blast you and it does hurt when it blasts you. Alright, well I guess we'll save here. And we'll go do the longer section right here. Who leapt from the raft after the fight with Ultros. And then got knocked into the sky. So this is, again, this is one of those things that is kind of goofy and silly and doesn't make a ton of sense, but we wanted to have an excuse for the characters to get split up. And they felt that they needed some comedy, so we'll play up the ridiculous fight with Ultros and have him get launched into the sun. Well, sort of. I don't know. I mean, it works, and they could make it work. It's just... that whole section feels really goofy. Oh, just randomly from the list of possible attacks. Oh, interesting. Okay. Oh, God, I forgot how good this song was. The pan flute is so nice and so interesting. Because it means that the articulation between the notes is inherently different. Because it's like the limitations of the instrument, the way it's played is so different. Yeah, no, Blue Glass, it makes sense, and him getting separated like that isn't inherently a bad thing. It's just the way that it's done feels silly. Such a beautiful song. This really, really a gorgeous arrangement too. Oh, really? Still in light? Yeah, bombs have a very specific pattern of being. Huh. Well, that's unfortunate. That's a decision that they made. Give you lots of saves here. All right, this is gonna play the question mark song, right? No. Okay. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. It's so good. It's so good. Sabin's like, hey, pal. Hey, you don't look like you belong here. Shadow, of course, his little text box thing is a dark gray, as befits the ninja. Yeah, hopefully we won't have slam dancers randomly using wipe the party spells, because that is no good. Zozo's already hard enough without that. Oh, interesting, Sullen Light. Oh god, I'm sorry. The harmonizing. The two whistles. So good. So Shadow is noting what's happening. Yes. Death is only ever a step behind me. Yes. Such a dramatic boy. Who are you? Howdy there! I ran a mobile item shop. You're, oh, that's cute. I guess I should probably buy a whole bunch more of these because these boys don't have cure. Probably should have used Celes' cure instead of this, but whatever. What's money anyway? Invisibility scroll, shadow scroll, sprint shoes. I'm sorry. All right. Let's do this. Maybe. I don't know. Hello, sir. Do you make any more sense? No. Okay, so he's gonna say the same sort of thing. Okay, he's looped. Yes, no, he is the bad dad of this game. Although, like, again, like, he's clearly lost his mind. Yout! Old chocobos. Missing a few feathers. Should we get some shuriken for the ninja? I guess we can. Hello. I guess we can buy some. They're pretty cheap. So yeah, we'll get some of these. How's that? There we go. A nice not normal number. I don't know. All right. Onward. Oh my god. It's so nice to just be like, where am I going again? Mace Zephyr. I don't know if I said your name right or not, but thank you for following. Welcome, friend. Oof. This guy looks like Skeksis from, Oh, what am I doing? Waste. No, that's not what you do. I did it wrong. I'm sorry, folks. Please forgive. Yeah. Back row for Sabin and also Blitz for Sabin always. I can do this. We're here already. Oh my god, okay. I thought that this game is a lot shorter than I thought. Alright. Awful lot of soldiers here, because this is where the soldiers go. Thanks, having Mr. Why is everyone singing? I'm sorry, it's the silliest line to hear you mean. Ah. So Kefka's not a general at this point, because they're not calling him General Kefka. Okay, yes, he's not a general. The gossiping about Kefka. Kefka's sprite looks very different. His feels the most different to me, and I'm not sure why. Like, it looks more like his art, but it looks different from how I'm used to thinking of him with his sprite. He's not their general, okay. Kefka, sir. Okay, so it is very different, okay. Make you regret being born. He's such a charmer. Oof. What's wrong with that guy anyway? General Leo got all the good qualities a man could have, and Kefka got stuck with the leftovers. Like, if you didn't know, if you hadn't yet figured out, Kefka is so bad that even his own dudes don't like him. Hey, Full Metal Cowboy. Yeah, the 2014 port, I didn't play, but I was really, really not a fan of the graphics. I really like what they've done with most of the music in this game, and I like what they've done with the sprites, and I like the touch-ups that they've done with the graphics otherwise. So we've got an assault squad, which is allowed. It is not a war crime to fight, I guess. Oh my god, it's still kind of that neon green. I'm not a fan of the neonness of the green here. I love that this guy just like throws himself at the wall and falls down. Vector's soldiers are very serious. I think it's the face paint color that really does it. Stolen Light. I think it's that his face has the what's the word? It's not, grease paint isn't quite the word I'm looking for. There's a specific name for that kind of paint, I think, when it's on a clown. But yeah, I think that makes a big difference. Jenny Beans, wow, hello, thank you for the raid. Welcome, friend. Hi. Hello, welcome everybody. I assume you're here because of Final Fantasy VI, and as you can see, we're at a very exciting part of the game. Hi, I'm LaurentheFlute. I am a video game cover musician who streams a lot of games on Twitch and does some music. I'm doing quite well. This is one of my favorite games, if not my absolute favorite game of all time. So I'm sort of low-key cosplaying as my favorite character from it. We're a Locke Cole Appreciation Club here. Locke and Celes are my favorite characters, and my OTP of all time, so we just finished with Loxenary and Seth Figaro. Oh, you're Kefka's fans, are you? Okay, so you must love this section then. So I lead a video game cover band called The Returners. That's how much I love this game. And we're hopefully going to be releasing our first single off of the next album in the next month or two, which is the Final Fantasy VI song. You'll never guess what it is. I can play it for people. I don't think there's anything cringe about it. We've performed at PAX. I don't think that's a very cringe experience to have had personally. It's part of a fun and exciting life. Yes, Locke and Celes forever. You know what's up. Yeah, no, I actually have my flute handy here, so I may play along with some songs, if you folks don't mind. I also sing, and so I tend to sing along with music kind of in the background. I have a Forever Rachel cover on my YouTube channel, actually. It's old. I wrote original lyrics. It's very dramatic, and you can see where this jacket came from, my Locke cosplay from years ago. Yeah, no, well, so actually, the single that my band is going to be releasing is our cover of the aria, but it's kind of a rock ballad thing, where the French horn part is played as like an electric guitar solo, and I sing the Super Nintendo lyrics because that's the version of the game that I grew up with, and those are the lyrics that are like imprinted on my heart. They are actually much harder to sing than the retranslation, which is much more singer friendly, has much better vowel choices. Ted Woolsey was clearly not a person who writes for voice, shall we say. Cyan is a good choice. I didn't fully appreciate Cyan when I was a kid, which is shocking because I like characters with a lot of melodrama and tragedy, and he's really that so much. Part of it was when I played through this game as a kid, I played through it with my sister, who has very strong opinions, and I was very much the little sister, so I'll take on my big sister's opinions, and she didn't like Cyan, but I actually think he's a fantastic character. Thank you, Elysian Paladin. That is you missed. I was ranting about that earlier. No, I'm glad that they kept a lot of the really iconic Ted Woolsey lines. I love some of them. But I prefer Son of a Submariner to Son of a Sandworm so much. It's such a better line. because what's noteworthy, like, he's not talking about the fact that they're in the desert. He's talking about the fact that Figaro just dove like a submarine. So it's clever. It's clever and funny, and Sandworm completely misses the joke. So I'm glad to know we are among friends here. And we will be suplexing the train when we get there. I like what they've done to make the blitzes much more forgiving and playable for people, because I know so many people who got stuck on that section forever as kids. And back in the day, we would keep playing a game because, like, chances are we didn't have that many games to choose from. But these days, people expect games to be more playable, because I think that game design has improved, and I don't think the intent of blitzes was to be punishing for the player. I think that they had a cool idea and they weren't sure quite how to execute it. So I think it's really neat that they, like, especially when you're supposed to use it against Vargas, it was so vague in the original. They, like, go out of their way to, like, smack you in the face with what you're supposed to do in this version, which I think was a great design decision. Enjoy your food and sleeps, Jenny. Thank you so much. And I guess hold on, before you go, let's do a shout out for you. Thank you so much for the raid and for bringing your friends here, and I'm just always excited to meet Final Fantasy VI friends, so thank you so much. Yeah, well, no, like, it's a clever and interesting thing while being less annoying than some of the, like, the game genre changes that they did in Final Fantasy VII, which I don't remember the original of that game very well, but I do remember being very annoyed by some of the side minigames. But Final Fantasy VI doesn't have a ton of that, and I think that blitzes are a better execution of fighting game than some of the stuff that they tried to do in 7. But oh my goodness! Oh wow, I'm not even familiar with the Beyond Chaos randomizer. I didn't know there were Final Fantasy VI randomizer runs. The only randomizer friends I have are, like, I have some friends who are really into the Link to the Past randomizer scene, and I know of the Super Metroid randomizer scene. But I didn't know that Final Fantasy VI had one. I'm, like, a super fan on the, like, music cover side of things, and, like, I've written, like, 160,000 word novelization fanfic that we're heading to Thamasa right now, and so, like, that kind of that side of things, like, creating, like, that sort of fan stuff is more what I know, but I don't know, like, speedrunning. I don't know randomizers. Okay, Beyond Chaos and Worlds Collide. Okay, because I've learned about Divergent Paths and then the T edition that everybody's been losing their mind over. And there's one more of the mods that people really like. Oh, music randomizer. Okay. I really love some of what they've been doing with the music in this game, and I'm looking forward to seeing what their version of Cyan's theme sounds like here. Brave New World, that's the one. That's the other one that I'd heard of. I don't think I've heard of Return of the Dark Sorcerer. Is that a sequel game? Or is that one of the ones that's kind of sort of an original game on top of the Final Fantasy VI engine? Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I that was not a world that I'd really known, because like so the Returners, my band, I founded in 2013. God, it's almost 10 years. And so I've been expressing my love for Final Fantasy VI ever since, like in like on like a big public stage in some ways. But there's like this whole world of the Final Fantasy VI fandom that like it's new to me. It's very exciting. I don't know that I would play because I don't usually stick to things that are super, like, things being like a hard challenge mode is not the appeal. For me, it has to have story and lore, and then I will play whatever. I will apparently play any genre of game at any difficulty if the story and the characters are compelling enough. So apparently I played Dark Souls and I'm playing Hades and all of this stuff. I don't know. I did play Dark Souls. That's the thing. I started playing Dark Souls several years ago. I played Dark Souls. I started playing it as a joke because I'm like, I'm really bad at video games, I say. People are like, oh, but Lauren, there's story. You'll see, in the lower left-hand corner, there's the lore runs with Lauren. That's because when I haven't played a game before, most of what I play is the first playthrough a game, and I get obsessed with like the story and the characterization. So I have a master's degree in creative writing. Oh, Kane is like, oh, Lauren's talking a lot. I should give her some water. Thank you. So I have a master's degree in creative writing. That's my background, hence the like gigantic novelization fanfic of this game. And so usually when I'm playing through a game for the first time, I'll talk about the story and what I'm seeing that it's doing and what I'm kind of guessing is happening behind the scenes or will be happening next or things like that. So I'm very, very slow playing through games because we will just stop for 10 minutes and talk about electric guitars, or stop for 20 minutes and talk about like some of the thematic stuff that's happening in the game, which is not always everyone's jam, but for me that's what I do. This game, yes, it's a Lauren percentage. Well, they used to call me a sponge runner instead of a speed runner because I tried to absorb everything I could. I'm actually gonna try putting together my first ever like video essay about like narrative in a game. I'm gonna be putting together something about Final Fantasy X and like legacy and parental relationships and how like those are recurring parts of the game and how that like drives like the characterization of the story and gives it kind of like this nice cohesiveness. So I'll be releasing that at some point. I'm still working on the script of that because I've never done a video essay like that before. No, it's gonna be 20 to 40 minutes. I talked to folks and that's what they said the goal would be. I can't imagine ignoring the main story. That's like what my thing is. We do gotta talk more Final Fantasy VI on Twitter. Look, okay. I just yell about Final Fantasy VI a lot. Like, I mean, look, hold on. Give me a second. We're gonna take a moment. Sorry, Doma. But we're going to... Like, so the thing is, I have been, like... Hold on. Where is it? I've been drawing Final Fantasy VI fan art since I was a little kid, okay? This is the oldest piece of Final Fantasy VI fan art I think that I have, or one of the oldest pieces. See, it's log. This is from 1996. I have... Here's a picture of Celes from back in the day. Let's see, where is... Oh, man, I've got some more old art. Sorry. It's like I've got all these pictures of... This is, of course, the scene on the Albrook Bridge. You can tell who my favorite characters are. Sorry, I'm just going through some old drawings from like back in the day. So as you can see, I like Locke and Celes a lot. I've got some more recent stuff because I mentioned, you'll hear me talk about this again. I have this Final Fantasy VI fanfic that I've written. I'm turning it into an audiobook. I'm getting actors to voice the character dialogue. And so I did some character portraits for that, to announce that. Sorry, everybody who's been in my stream before and you've seen all of these things before, like, there's a lot of this stuff. So if you like the stuff that I'm showing you, I did actually start the very beginning of it. So the prologue of it is the Solitary Island. And so this, oh wow, that is big. Oh my goodness. Okay. This, there is an audiobook version of the Solitary Island section of the game that is available on my YouTube channel. If that sounds like fun, feel free to go check it out. And I'm working on, I need to, yeah, I'm gonna go with Sid dying from Badfish because that's the most dramatic option, and I really like melodrama and tragedy. But yeah, so I need to record the narration for Chapter 1, which starts off in South Figaro, and goes from there. But that should be going up on my YouTube channel at some point soon. So if that sounds like fun and you'd be interested in that at all, you can find my YouTube channel here. Yes, there it is. Yeah, I admit I am a sucker for a tragic story, and I don't know if I like tragic stories because Final Fantasy VI imprinted on me when I was a little girl, or if I like Final Fantasy VI because I was primed to like tragic stories from a young age. I'm really excited to see what they do with some of these scenes in the Pixel Remaster. Oh, actually, hang on, I've got one more picture that might be fun. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Where is that? Bum, bum, bum. Bum, ba-da-da-da. Please bear with me. I'm trying to find a picture of my band. We were playing at a local convention, and we ran into a Kefka cosplayer a couple of years ago, and I was really excited. Where is that? Wait, when did I download that? Hold on, give me just a sec. It's gotta be around here somewhere. Maybe. Let's see. Oh. This one is funny. They made this for me. Because it's always Final Fantasy VI time around here. Oh man. Yeah, killing off Cid is a more powerful story decision. And I agree with that. Oh, here's that costume, me performing as Locke, my band. Let's see. What have I got? Somewhere around here. Hold on. I know I've got to have it. Oh, man. Come on. All of my stuff's all over the place. Here we go. I found it. Oh, it's a little too big. Here's my band. I'm the one with the flute. Look at that, Kefka. Aren't they great? So yeah. That's our drummer in the front, who's crouching, and the far back is our bassist. The one with the long hair is our guitarist, and then the one who's like on my other side is our keyboardist. Anyway, yeah. So never doubt how much I love Final Fantasy VI. It is a lot. It is very, very much. So I'll be sharing more of like, I want to make a proper music video when we release the aria as a single, so that should be hopefully coming. So that's a bit of a departure, sorry folks, from the game itself. But hopefully that was fun, and we got to share our fan moments. Because I certainly have a lot of love for this game. I imagine that's apparent. Yeah, I'd like to see. Well, they had interesting cutscene 3D videos in the PlayStation release. See, I'm not usually like, unless it has story type stuff. I don't know, like I'm not necessarily into like challenge for challenge's sake. It's mostly trying to figure out stories and that sometimes tackling gameplay challenges apparently can be fun. Oh my god. So several years ago, a group of friends and I were working on a Final Fantasy VI musical theater audio drama of like an adaptation, and prior to that, to try to convince the guys in charge that we were going to have to make some major cuts and changes to cut it down to the length restrictions we had, one of my co-writers pieced out what Final Fantasy VI the anime would be like. He did like an episode by episode like synopsis, and like had like, and this is this season and this is this series, and it was really funny and clever. Yeah, it was really entertaining. All right, so shall we get back to the melodrama and tragedy that is what befalls Doma? Previously on Esper Ballsy. Oh my god. I don't know that I feel that it would be a shonen anime. It might be. I don't know. Yeah. I'm just really dying to hear. They've used some really interesting woodwinds for various melodies so far, so I'm really excited to hear Cyan's theme. Also, I swear that the Dome and Sentries were not this neon in the original. They look like they've gotten the overworld treatment, and I have complaints. Huh. They got a real live performer to play this one. Are they? Okay, because I wasn't entirely sure. Hold on. Sorry. Oh man, I'm wondering if they're going to change the second loop, because that's something that they've done recently, or that they've been doing with not all of the songs, but some of them. I wasn't sure that it was live because some of the flute stuff sounded virtual in a couple of places. But yeah, like there. I think there's been a mix of some where they'll have like some live instruments and some virtual instruments. This is interesting. They've made a very conscious decision here. I don't know the names of a lot of world flutes, so I don't know which one this is, but the person that they have playing it is doing some really interesting advanced technique type playing. It's not a straightforward bamboo flute. This is not a pan flute. The pan flute is Terra's theme. They've given the melody there to a pan flute, which is fascinating, and they're really utilizing the sound of, like, the distinctive sound of a pan flute for it. You can hear like which notes are like the whoop, and there's like a jump when you have to jump notes, which is really, really neat. No, this is I don't remember what this one is called. I'm really bad at the names of world flutes. It's not a shakuhachi. Shakuhachis are deeper. Hold on. Let me. Is it a shinobu? Oh my goodness, I'm flat. Sorry. Way less exciting than the melody there, but that's the part that I play with my band. This was one of the ones that we cover. Sorry about that. I was curious. I've been wondering, like, are these in the original keys? And so far, all the ones that I know are. Well, that's neat. I don't know that this is not necessarily what I had hoped they were going to do with it. I'm not as in love with it as I wanted to be, but I also think it's super cool because the stuff that they're having this flute do is very, very distinctive to the type of instrument that it is. And so you'll hear when I play it, I don't know how much you know music, but I'll do little grace notes leading into notes and things like that. But the way that I do it is very European style. And I'm playing a Western style flute, and it makes sense. And I also, like, I'll play Frog's theme sometimes too, which also, because Frog is a similar type of character in some ways, Frog's theme should have similar techniques, but I tend to play them. I play it again with the same sort of, like, I play it with a bias of the kind of music training that I have. There is one track that I think is worse. I hate what they've done with the Chocobo theme. I hate it so much. I'm never riding a Chocobo again. Oh man, but other than that, I've really enjoyed a lot of what they've done. They've put some electric guitars where there should be electric guitars, and it's great. I really don't like it. I really don't like the Chocobo theme. I'm sorry. I hated it. It makes me think of the Final Fantasy Mystic Quest remix soundtrack. The official soundtrack has 3 arranged tracks, and one of them sounds like a joke track, and that's what the Chocobo version in this game makes me think of. But so far, otherwise, I've really enjoyed what they've done with the music, or lost my mind completely with some tracks. We switched over the font today, which is much better. A faithful retainer to his lord and master, he fears not even death. All right, Cyan, my friend, we're gonna keep your name. Although we could name him Cyan. Now that I know there's 2 spellings for Cyan, one of which is not the spice. I'm currently playing through Final Fantasy XIV Stormblood. How could you tell? No, I'm gonna trying to figure out the pronunciations for the audiobook version of this. Like, in some cases, we're just committing to my childhood pronunciations. In some cases, I'm like, if you check the Japanese, you can tell this is actually the correct pronunciation, or close to it. But I'm gonna have him be Cyan instead of Cyan, because I like it, and it makes a lot of sense. So people will deal with that. Like Gestalt works better that way. It's Sabin, I'm sorry. Sean? Oh, that's cute. That's cute, Lex Luthor. There is a lot of Final Fantasy VI in Stormblood. Which means I actually have a lot of complaints about the story in it, because it's the kind of story that I like and the kind of story that I write, and so I have some issues with some of their writing. Because apparently I'm super picky about that, who knows. Yeah, well, if you haven't encountered the color Cyan before, it's not a word you know how to say necessarily. So, it makes sense. Now, no spoilers, because, again, I'm really into the story of games, and I'm not done yet with Stormblood, so, I'm heading back into, Mordona, is where I am. I think I got the name right. I'm bad with names. Alright, let's go ahead and name him Cyan as we're used to. I was just really excited previously in Heavensward. I was really excited when we got to the floating continent, and I'm like, this is the floating continent. There's gonna be teleportation puzzles here, aren't there? And they were annoying. I was so happy. I felt so seen. Well, thank you for joining, Lex Luthor. Okay, well, we're gonna call him Cyan. Even though I like Cyan. Oh, he's purple. Okay. Oh my god, Chaos Prime, what a dream. What an interesting dream to have had. I'll buy my way back to Alamiga. Okay, thank you. If we can but fell their commander, they should break rank and withdraw. Okay, so I don't know the Game Boy Advance translation so well, so I'm curious to see how they localize Cyan with more skill than Ted Woolsey's these and nows. Yes, Blue Glass. In fact, I actually recorded the first part and then realized I thought I'd messed something up, so I stopped awkwardly and meant to ask folks to confirm that I hadn't messed something up. So it has been slowly happening. I'll reach out to my to the 14 club and ask for opinions. I shall meet him on the field of battle. Yeah. So if he has this more formal manner of speaking, I think that works better and is less memey. Yes. I just love the dudes just smashing their faces into the walls. Like, it's just great. Ah, Better gear? That's good. Alright. So, sword tech is now Bushido, as I understand it, so that'll be exciting. Hello. Sorry. I want to figure out how to play him before we... God, those electric guitars. Alright. Oh! Okay, so I'm accustomed to these being like, only like 2 of them are ever worth doing. Oh, wow, the background here is beautiful. They've done more custom backgrounds, haven't they? Kefka trained them to face plant into the wall. Amazing. Okay, Fang is still the only one you want to use. Okay, I kind of thought that might be the case. Still in light. They reworked the backgrounds and it's really pretty. Oh man, cosplaying Lucas and getting a face mask that's a Mother 3 and Beatles reference is a good choice. It's a very good choice. Oh man, it is really beautiful. Okay, all right. Ready thine axe. Okay, all right, we're gonna do this, but we actually know how the and thou works, so we're slightly better off. I really appreciate what they've done with making these things more accessible and make more sense. Man, the defend like that I've been attacked thing makes me think of Susie from Deltarune. I do need to draw that picture that I was gonna draw of her like being all cool like that. But I'm gonna have to draw a human version of her because I don't think I can draw monsters being monsters. All right. Wow, we're scared. It's nice to meet you, Danebred. Thank you so much for joining. Draw into the castle. We shall wait within its walls while our enemies grow tired without. Okay, so this is an intentional style because we don't have a formal like a strictly defined formal manner of speaking in English. The translation like it's harder to convey that kind of feeling. You have to make some choices in specific words and phrasings to have that feel that you want. And he's not just formal though. He also has a more archaic way of talking, a more old-fashioned way of talking. Yeah, our enemies grow. Oh no, Zulily. Oh no, you found the word thou. Dreadful. Yeah, no, I like the parallel of within and without here. It's well written. It's poetic. It suits him. And I've read some fanfic that has a very poetic way of interpreting his voice, which I think is the way to do it. All right, let's see if I get my butt kicked. Here we go. Come on, Sabin. Apply some percussive maintenance. All right, we'll fight some dogs. Don't actually fight dogs. I just want to fire dance. I really like the way that they've upgraded the spell effects. Generally, dog fighting is to be avoided, in my opinion. It's generally not good. Is there nothing in here? Oops, shoot. Oh, good thing that guy's not very good at seeing things. He's not the most observant fellow. Do we want to fight the soldier? Is there a compelling reason to fight the soldier? Other than just getting some experience? My policy is generally if I don't have to fight people, I don't. For better or for worse. Oh man, they made Leo's sprite look more like his Amano design. The Domans appear content to play a waiting game. Their favorite strategy. No, it's interesting though, because Kefka also looks a lot more like his art than he did in the original sprite. Oh, the sprite was palette limits. Okay, I guess that makes sense. That makes sense. I hadn't thought of that. So here, establishing that Leo is good. If we didn't pay enough attention to the soldiers saying good things about Leo in the beginning of this scene. Miranda. Huh. Yeah, I've never really looked into the details of like how the sprite colors are handled and things like that. But that makes sense and explains why some of the characters don't fit their art as well. You're a human being before you're a soldier. So that is an interesting thing for him to say here because like as noted in the retranslation of Celes's little introduction text, she's introduced as a weapon, and then it says nobody's like looked beneath the weapon to see the person that she is. And yet Leo here is saying that the opposite of that to his soldiers, and yet Leo must have been in Celes's life at some point. Okay. The fanfic that I talk about too much, I'm sorry, it's been a big part of my life, has a lot of focus on Leo because he is such an interesting character. Having somebody who is inherently, he's supposed to be sympathetic and heroic, and having the enemy that you are sad to fight, like that's a good setup. It's a good direction. But given the Empire, it's a little bit trickier. Like, so in the case of the Suikoden series, which I love very much, they have, in the Suikoden series, they have frequently on the other side, there are the enemies where you're like, if only we didn't have to fight, but you believe in this, you believe in that. I think that it's a little bit more sympathetic with a lot of them. Because you can kind of understand where they're coming from more. Here, like, Gestalt is pretty evil. He's a megalomaniac trying to take over the world, issuing commands to his generals to burn cities to the ground. Like what happened to Miranda is pretty terrible, and what Magitech is doing is pretty terrible, not even taking into account the fact that he forgives and or has ordered directly. What happens here, even before you like take that out of consideration, it's really not ambiguous that the Empire is not good. They do bad things. They hurt innocent people. They invade like they're not a morally gray thing at all. And yet we're expected to believe that Leo, who is a good person who cares about the humanity of both his own soldiers and his opponents, wouldn't notice or care about some of the dreadful things that he and his fellow generals are asked to do. And that's an interesting, it's believable, it is, but I also think that one could take Leo to task a bit more for that than happens in this game. So I'm seeing in the sprites here, we're seeing like kind of like half pixels, almost it looks. And I don't know if I remember there being half pixels. Is that part of why these seem to have a little bit more detail in some ways than they did in the original? I find Leo a very interesting character. Well, he says that. But if you look at some of the things, like the reason why people don't like Celes is because she was ordered to destroy Miranda and like just completely wreck it. And yeah, like they did these morally questionable experiments with Magitech. So you could interpret Leo as being a change the system from the inside people, or he could be somebody who's kind of been making excuses because things get worse and worse and worse, but he's already in the system. And so rather than looking at it and saying how horrible it is, maybe he understands why it existed. Because I think that the original story, if I remember correctly, Vector used to get kind of beaten up by the places around it, and so it became more military out of self-defense. And so, if he's still, like, if he joined the army then, and he and Gestalt were like, we're going to save Vector, we're going to protect Vector, I can understand how somebody whose origins included that, and who's been kind of along for the ride this whole time, would be like, no, we're still trying to do this, we're keeping our people safe, we're keeping our people safe, we're keeping our own home safe. Yes, some people have to die to save our people, but that's okay. And eventually, if you make excuses enough, you get used to making excuses, and you can start making excuses for really big, really bad things. And I think that that kind of makes sense for me of what Leo's story is. Because I do think that he's, like, trying to be noble and honorable while being part of a military that is not. And he works very well as a foil to Kefka. And these are things that, like, people talk about a lot, but the game doesn't require, like, us to go into these things and talk about this. And like, I can criticize this a bit because it's not really gone into, but I don't really expect a Super Nintendo game to go into some of this. Like, Final Fantasy VI was groundbreaking in the level of depth and characterization and complexity that it introduced. I just want it to go even further now that I'm an adult with a more sophisticated understanding of the world and people. You can't just tell me this guy is nice, but he's working for the bad guys, and have me be okay with it and not question it the way I did when I was a kid. Chilled Shike, thank you for following. But yeah, no, Leo and Kefka work very well as like opposition to each other. And Sid is another character who's interesting and a bit complicated. Yeah, well, and it wasn't just the Super Nintendo limitations, it's also like, I'm comparing the storytelling in this game to games that came later that had more advanced, complicated storytelling. But like, expectations for game stories changed. And they've changed even in the past 5 to 10 years, you know? And so hold on, we've got another. Oops, sorry, I just hit the wrong person. Hold on, can I unban? Sorry. Thank you. I'm sorry, I need to message. Can somebody message that person? I was trying to ban the spammer. I'm so sorry about that. I should probably not try to multitask this stuff. Could somebody message KS Prime if KS Prime is not still in there? I'm so sorry about that. The chat went up just as I was hitting the button. I was like, no! I will try to avoid that in the future if it happens again. But thank you for joining, and I apologize for that. Anyway, yeah, apparently we're getting some bots in here, unfortunately. That's alright, it happens. But yeah, so Final Fantasy VI's storytelling is outstanding for the era. I feel like then the Suikoden series came and kind of like upped what a game story could be. And Suikoden 2's story, I feel, was untouched for a very long time. And it really says something, I think, about the distance that game stories have come, that it's no longer, I'm no longer like, it is the best game story ever. I don't know. I like video games. Okay, look. They're good. Video games are good. That's my official professional opinion. Yeah. And for Gestalt wouldn't want you to die for nothing, would he? Or is this Leo giving Gestalt credit that Gestalt doesn't necessarily deserve? I don't know. I feel like there's a difference between what's his butt? Squall, who's just kind of a moody teenager, and Final Fantasy IX, where like there's sections in the game. Final Fantasy IX is a game where, like, just thematically, it's about questioning. It's about confronting mortality and what that does to you and what that means. But that doesn't dominate the story, and they're not. I wouldn't say that they're full of angst, although they do have the like moments. I love 9 very much. Zidane is a fantastic character. Yeah, Mr. Spaghetti Zone, it's also possible, yeah, that they don't tell him, but he knows about Miranda. Everyone knows about Miranda. Everybody knows that Celes was told to burn Miranda to the ground. She was asked to make an example of it. That's common public knowledge. Leo has to know about that. And that's one of the ones that that's like one of the things that I keep coming back to. I'm like, that's a formative part of the Empire. That's how they do things. And so Leo could very easily justify that by saying, if we kill these people now, if we make this example, then we won't have to fight other people in the future. So it's a little bit of blood now to spare less blood later. You know, there's justifications, rationalizations that one could do. But, I don't know. I thought a little too much about this stuff. I think Zidane is a great protagonist, personally. I really love... Really? You don't think he acts 16? How old do you think he acts, Zulily? Because I feel like he acts like a teenager. And I was like 19 when I played the game for the first time, and I thought he felt like a kid. As opposed to Celes being 18. Which doesn't make sense, as we've said. Oh, that's interesting, Blue Glasses. That's like the opposite of what happened to Kefka. They deleted his character instead of adding a lot more. 9 is really fantastic. Supposedly they're making an anime of it or something like that. I really like it. Yes, Gestalt would not consider it throwing your life away for nothing. He might consider it inefficient, a waste of good resources, but... Don't rush things. Please don't get my people killed. He may be an enemy, but he seems like a decent man. That is a better synopsis of this than I think was in the original translation. Yeah, no, Zidane has some moments that are emotionally mature, yes. And I could say that he is good at dealing with emotions in certain ways, but he acts like a kid so many times in the game. Like, so much of it is about him being an idiot teenager that I find very charming. Not just when he's trying to talk to girls, especially when he's trying to talk to girls, but yeah, he would be my friend if not my enemy is the Woolsey translation. I actually remember this one. I think this is better. This is a much more accurate line, I think, to what we've seen with Leo. I feel like saying he could be my friend is too strong. But saying he seems like a decent man, I think is a better way of expressing that sentiment, personally. Uh-oh. Oh no, he wastes no time. Yeah, his sprite is way more colorful. I don't think he had the purple boots. He works much better being this colorful. I love that Kefka just monologues his evil. But if we think about Final Fantasy VI as an opera, then, like, yes, having your villain, like, monologue to the audience about what he's planning is great. No, you get what it's going for in the original. It's not that the original line was bad, but it didn't quite sit right for me, whereas this felt like precisely the right line. Flowing river of poison. Anyone who touches it will be pushing up daisies. Oh, man. Still avoiding saying death. Hi, Leo. But I'm sure they do say it, so it's not Nintendo of America saying no. Maybe they just liked the way that Kefka talked around it in the Ted Woolsey translation, since they've kept a lot of Kefka specifically from that translation, because that was what made him such a distinctive and interesting character. Well, it's not just that he wouldn't say death, it's that saying pushing up daisies is a much more, it's a much more like over the top way of speaking, so it works. Nothing dirty, Kefka. Oh man. Leo's clearly not the most observant. Good little boy. I'm trying to remember, did Gestalt actually send for him, or was that a note that Kefka engineered? Because Gestalt knows about Kefka's plans here. Fork it over. Kefka is a charmer. Because the Emperor is okay with it happening. Yeah, Sabin can't just sit back and let this happen. Pests at every turn. Oh my god, guitars. I think that Kefka dumps the poison alone. I feel like that's the implication. Oh, here we go. He has to. He has to. Okay. This is one of those lines that's so iconic. There's no way they could take it out. Shadow's just like, what? Hi, Kefka. Can I come get this stuff from your tent? Is there anything here for me to get? I don't remember. You might think I would know this stuff. Yeah, no, he's completely like nonsense chaos boy. Yes, his theme is very good. All right. No, like I think that there are some other really good Kuja's theme, Dark Messenger specifically, is excellent. It's really cool. Oh, interesting, man. Look at all of these details that you folks know that I do not know. Lethal glove. Monster in a box. Oh no, it's a monster in a box. I guess I better hit the satellite. If only I had the ability to hit things really hard. Oh no! Oh no, that's bad. That's bad. That's bad. Cross your fingers for me, folks. I should probably heal. I bet I did a bad job here. I guess it's okay. He's just hitting the enemy. He's not confused. So I think we're all right. Oh man. Oh no! Right. All right, I'm gonna heal. Try not to die. Oh my god, there's so many guitars. Sorry folks, I'm losing track of chat. Scintillation? What? What is scintillation? What even are you doing? Oh, I'm blinded. But that's not good. Because the sunglasses actually do something in this game. Oh jeez, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Let's try not to die. Alright, Sabin, do you think you can keep us from dying? Come on. Come on, buddy. Okay. Sabin did keep us from dying. Excellent! Alright. Wrong button. One of these days I'll get the button that I want. Why am I blinded? What do I use on that? What do I use on that? Eye drops. Here we go. The cool shades. It's empty now. All right. I guess we should keep going here. Oh no. Just don't give up, do you? Sorry. All right. Oh, great. This is getting tiresome. All right. Sabin. I'm sorry we don't have a... Yeah, Interceptor! Best puppy. I need Fire Dance. I gotta get Fire Dance before the battle for Narshe. Because if you have Fire Dance and the battle for Narshe is relatively inconsequential, because you just have Sabin take care of everything. Man, that is so much more forgiving. Sound effects. This is very cool stuff. I suppose I should be practicing my SUPLEX, shouldn't I? The pizzicato strings with the I guess it's an oboe, is like just perfect here. It's so good. Yeah, like all of Kefka's lines are so memorable and so quotable. See, Kefka alone puts the poison in. Oh god, it's such a good arrangement of the song. It's so good. Kefka is a very good villain. I like that not every villain is like Kefka. Not every story needs a villain who is all evil, all bad, super, super bad and dark. But I think he's very well done. And he's good. It is unfortunate that Doma uses the same... Like, Doma Castle is built from the same pieces that Figaro Castle is built from, so it doesn't have its own, like, natural style, or its own aesthetic. Which is unfortunate. It kind of limits the amount of character that it has, but it's a great deal of activity. That's us fighting. I mean, it would make sense to, especially because you don't spend a lot of time in Doma, making an entire custom set of tiles for one place that you don't even really go to, that only shows up in one scene. Having this reuse Figaro Castle's tiles is a smart decision, but it is kind of a shame. And yes, sometimes you want a well-meaning but wrong tragic villain with a strong backstory, and sometimes you want a nihilist monster clown. Yes, I think that's accurate. I love the piccolo in this. And like, and there's like little like wrongnesses, kind of like some high-pitched woo-woo sounds. It's good. They're like, what's going on down there? Yeah, Final Fantasy V is not the most narratively complex or emotionally resonant game in the series. At least they explain how quickly it works. As if you touch it. Oh, Cyan's eyes are purple. You know, Final Fantasy V does what it does just fine. It's not trying to do what Final Fantasy VI does. I don't like it as much, but that's because it's not trying to be my kind of game. Alright, Mr. Spaghetti Zone, I will drink. And I would recommend everyone else drink some water too. This is another one that my band plays. We start off our Final Fantasy VI medley with Cyan's theme and then go into the Unforgiven, which is this one because they flow together very well. And I play that ridiculous run. Not perfectly, but I do play it. All right, what was I doing? I should probably, there we go. Lily, that's a good point. Is that why you did that, Mr. Spaghetti Zone? Are you trying to poison me, friend? Oh, I see. I wasn't clever enough to figure that out. I'm glad Zulily is here because I would absolutely clearly just get poisoned. I don't know. I guess these are all equipped by other people. I don't know. We're just gonna go in here and have some tragedy. Will they have kept the names? I assume they'll have kept the names that we got rather than his actual, like the names of his, which is something that threw me in 14 was not being familiar with like his family's original names. I only know his family's this version name. Where they decided to, well, he's a knight, so we'll get some Arthurian names. He's the king. So this indicates the king is rather young. Because Cyan is, I think, 50. But so yes, there's 2 survivors. And I suppose maybe it's because they were up so high that the water didn't reach them. But again, this is one of those things where you don't think too hard about how exactly does the poison work? How does it reach them? How does it spare these people? What, you know? But you're not supposed to think too hard about that. It doesn't really have a solid answer, you know? All right, let's do this. Okay, so yeah, they are using... I remember as a kid being absolutely shocked by this because you don't kill children. Children don't die in stories that kids play. Like this doesn't happen. You don't have a child death on screen like this. It's a very dark game. A lot of really heavy and difficult things happen. That's interesting. This song is called The Unforgiven, and for it to begin when the line "I will not forgive them" comes in. It's good timing. Cyan is like, I'm gonna come beat you up now. All of you are gonna get so beaten up. The guy's a goner on his own. Like, again, there's that really, like, informal, casual way of speaking. Alright. Yo! What's up? Art thou mine enemy as well? No! Oh, okay. Cyan's like, yes, let's be friends. So they put him in the front to let you know that you don't control him. Oops. Just take some dudes out. Try not to die. Vaporize some bad guys. No big deal. Alright, good. We got a potion. So they let you heal in between battles. Which is good, because I could probably use it. This is why I bought 1,000,000 potions, by the way. I remember needing them, so here we go. This'll do. Yeah, I should sort by item. I'm lazy. Alright. Bam! Sound effects. Very satisfying there. My room is also a mess right now, so maybe it's appropriate. I desperately need to do laundry, but instead of doing laundry, I'm playing Final Fantasy VI. You know how it is. I don't usually play on Sundays, but, I've done all the things, yes, okay. But I wanted to, I'm marathoning this game this weekend because if there's exciting stuff, I want to get to it. Before, hey Danny, hi! Oh my god, I talked about you a bunch yesterday during the streaming of this game. By the way, folks, when you heard me talking about like the brass and my friend who plays brass stuff and knows about brass things, that's my friend Danny. Also, when I was like my friend who whistles really well when we were listening to Shadow's theme, that's my friend Danny. Oh no, Zulily. Oh no, Zulily, do you think so? Do you think that they're doing that on purpose? Putting thou into the dialogue even when it's not thou? That is terrible and amazing at the same time. My favorite Final Fantasy VI moment. Oh man. I mean, I am obligated to love the opera so much. Oh, Danny, what they've done with Shadow's theme and this is very good. You'll like it. You should cover it. Sabin saying he's from the Kingdom of Figaro. I mean, he's the Prince of Figaro, sure, but who cares? Hoo boy. Ba, 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 ba. The opera doesn't make any sense. So I love the story. I love Final Fantasy VI so much. So much. I hope it is apparent from now, by now, how much I love Final Fantasy VI. But a lot of the things that happen in it are kind of, we had a cool idea, how do we get our characters there? And there was definitely an era in games, like, for a long time. Well, I remember hearing people talk about, for example, changing genres here, talking about how, like, as the writers for, like, Lara Croft games, they were told, like, these are the levels we want to have because they'd be cool. Now you have to come up with a way for them to narratively go from one to the other. And it shows, and I feel like in Final Fantasy VI they had like some cool ideas that they wanted, some neat set pieces that they wanted to visit, and so they kind of came up with excuses to send their characters in various places doing wild things that don't really make sense. The whole sequence of we're gonna get this airship, so we're gonna pretend to be in this opera. Like, the whole thing is, it's ridiculous. But again, you don't stop to think about it too much. Don't question the plausibility of it. And yeah, Zulily, I think that Cyan as comic relief is really a shame. Like, that is one thing that I really am sorry about. Because I think that Cyan deserves to be a serious character. I really hate his part in the ending medley. I hate that rather than it being something about his story, it's like, oh, he's afraid of machines. Like, that's not his conflict. That's not his story. And I feel like that does him a disservice. Sabin knows how to use things because he's from a technologically advanced society, so they can figure it out. It makes sense. Anyway. That's the argument that I make, anyway, in my fanfic. Because, look, all of these, like, little things that I'm pointing out where I'm like, that doesn't quite make sense. A lot of times I'm like, well, I think it should make sense. How would we make that make sense? What could we do about that? How could we streamline the sections of the plot where it doesn't really make sense? Why are we going back and forth in weird circles? So, it's interesting to tackle that stuff. Yes, Cyan knows nothing about machines because he's old-fashioned from a traditional society that doesn't do technology, as opposed to our boy from Figaro, where they do technology. All right, let's do Thunderbeam. Oh, actually, we should do Healing Force on you. While we're here, get some free healing. Oh. Okay, well, I'm gonna try to work on that next. Alright. This time for real. Yes, Cyan is kind of a boomer. Okay. Alright, we're gonna Healing Force you. You're gonna Healing Force him, and you're going to try your best to Magitech them. Alright. Bam! Goodbye. You're going to... I think the thing to do is to use fire on physical, on human enemies. Oh, I guess it doesn't really matter. I mean, I guess really you're incinerating or electrocuting or whatever. Like, the human body's not very good at withstanding that. But Thunder Beam is the one to use against those. That I know. Do you really think you get away? Yes, actually. Oh no, it's a back attack. What are we gonna do? Oh, get kicked. That's fine. Fortunately, I think that our spells here, hold on, is anybody missing? Okay, yeah, Magitech, you're gonna Healing Force Shadow. And then you're going to Thunderbeam that guy. All right. We did it! Huzzah. Alright. How do we get to Narshe? Hunks of scrap metal. Alright. Oh my god. This is an incredible arrangement. That's a pan flute. It's so beautiful. And like you can hear the limitations of the instrument, the way they have to play around the distance you have to cover to go between notes. Are they front row? Maybe. Apparently you have to keep doing this a lot. I've seen people complain about that. Sorry, you're gonna have to deal with me singing a lot. He is an incredible composer, yes. His music is incredible, and I think that Final Fantasy VI is his best soundtrack. We're gonna have to be careful because we don't want to lose Shadow, so we're gonna be saving regularly because he can just leave you here, right? Did I go the right way? I went the wrong way, didn't I? That's okay. We're just gonna fight some nettle hoppers. So wait, if I do this... Bum 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 bum. All right. I clearly didn't. Oh, right. It's the forest. Look. God, it's so beautiful. It's just such a gorgeous, gorgeous remix. Like, they had to do something extraordinary with the overworld theme, and they did. I really hate the I hate the part. Everything else about this, and this is one of my favorite songs in the game, and I love everything else they did, so I'm actually really disappointed that I really dislike the so much. No, but it's the sound of it. The sound of the Okay. I'm gonna, hold on. Sorry, we're gonna take a moment. If you'll forgive me. Sorry. Please excuse. Bear with me. We're gonna do something different here. Hold on. What? Oh, wrong way. Hold on. Where is... No, that's not right. Is that? Was that the most recent version? Okay. All right. Like, I think it could be played by a lot of instruments. But I don't know that I would choose to have it be the ha-ha-ha. This is still in progress, but... And I did have it at one point arranged as a flute. As a flute, the ba-ba-da-ba-da-bum. As a flute choir. So that part was originally at one point played on flutes. But I didn't like the way it sounded. This is inspired by the version on Grand Finale. Which has the operatic vocals just overlaid over the flute. Sorry. And yes, it is slowed down. Anyway, sorry, I don't always subject people to, like, here's my music that I'm working on right now. But there you go. All right, back to the game. Anyway, yeah, the thing is, it's not just, even though it's a Phantom Forest, it also plays it in the caves and things too, and that's, I think of that. Now that's fair. To me, it just sounds really awkward to be chanted because it's too fast and too like ha 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 ha. It sounds like opera singers having to sing a laugh. The ha 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 ha, where it sounds really awkward and stiff and unnatural, and I really don't like it. I don't like it when it happens as singing or as laughing in opera, and I don't like it here. Like if it was more of like an or something like that, but the ha ha. I just don't like it. Which is a shame because otherwise I love everything else about this arrangement. It's gorgeous. Well, and it's also the juxtaposition of the ha 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 voice and the flute with it too. Like it sounds weird. for me. But I can understand why, like if you like the creepiness of it. I slowed it down because I think it feels better that way, but yeah, well that's the thing, Danny, is it sounds fake. I think if they had real singers singing that part, maybe it would feel better. But this is not an entirely recorded arrangement. Like the soundtrack for the Pixel remasters is not entirely live. That's not a live singer. And it sounds really fake and artificial and awkward to me. Uncanny vocal valley, something like that. Yeah, that's a pretty good way of putting it. Like for example, like there are some flutes that they have where I'm like, okay, that's definitely a virtual flute. Pretty well done. But like other people might not notice because it's my instrument. I'm gonna be more attuned to hearing the parts of it that don't sound as natural. But when it comes to vocals in particular, you have to be careful with that. It's so pretty though. And the fog effects are really neat. It feels like this is what they were trying to get across with the original game, but they didn't have the sophistication to do so. Yeah, the guitar sounds real to me, especially on the overworld. And I think that pan flute is real too, because you can hear techniques that are specific to the limitations of the instrument that I don't know. I mean, a good virtual instrument will have sampled that and will have a way of doing that. It's actually what I do for a living is I work in the marketing department for a company that makes sample libraries. Hold on, I'm going to turn the heater on in here because it's cold. It's snowing outside. All right. I'm back. Kids Under the City Corner is beautiful. It is a really I think it's a nicely done one. All right. But so the flute that they had playing Cyan's theme is definitely live. I'm positive that is a live player, and you can hear the breaths. God, it's beautiful. All right, well, Blue Glass, hopefully we'll see you when it's time for the suplex, but we will be doing the suplex either way. That would make sense, Danny, because it feels like a mariachi style trumpet to me, anyway. And that feels like there's like the kind of technique that you can only like such specific use of technique that you can't easily emulate it. Look at this. Look at this. This blew my mind. Blew my mind graphically when the game first came out. I mean, just look at it. It's gorgeous. And it's still gorgeous. They've softened the colors. That is one thing that they've done. Is they've been able to get away from the palette limitations of the Super Nintendo, and so it feels like the graphics are mostly the same. But with like some softness due to that. And then obviously they can do the particle effects. Okay, so if I do this, will this put in the blitzes? Oh man. Yeah, no, these are definitely lighter colored. There's a more of a misty feeling than a scary feeling. Okay, well, this answers this question. They'll just keep doing that. Wow, that's neat. Yeah. No, the clearing is like it's like famously beautiful. I suppose I should heal, shouldn't I? That's why you have a million potions. You buy a lot of potions. And when we get to the train, okay, I don't remember my way around, but I feel like going back there is the way to go to get to the train. Right, okay, I'm doing it wrong. Okay, got it. All right. Wow! Oh my god! Wow! 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 That's so much faster! Holy crap! Wow! So fast, so convenient! Oh right, I don't need a potion. Oh well, look. Okay, I'm Lauren. I have it on auto paddle and it just does that by itself. Amazing. All right, we made it. Yeah, you can see they've put more details into. Oh, I should have leveled up a little bit there so that I could try to get Fire Dance. I'm gonna want Fire Dance. Doma's railways. Okay, so Doma is not entirely anti-technology if they have had railways destroyed in the fighting. All right. Tragically, there's no elixir. Cyan's like, I don't know if this is a good idea. I don't think this is a good idea. I think this might be a bad idea. Oh, it's interesting. The colors are brighter in here because they can have more variety in the colors. I hadn't realized that I knew kind of like the colors and how this place felt until we were here and I could register that things were a bit different. Oh no. Oh no, it's too late. It's too late. It's too late. I mean, far be it for me to complain about a guitar anywhere. This is not what I expected. That's what I expected, though. Gotta have some good, solid low brass in there. It's a very happily brassy soundtrack, like... I love this song. It should be flute. That's different. There should be more piano part there. I dropped it down. I love the funeral march there. Is this one going to be different this time around too? I want them to play up the piano more at the second part of this song. Not here, but later. And this repeated section should have a different feel. It should be quieter or louder or something. Alright, I'm not actually sure that I'm sold on the contrast between the gorgeous Spanish guitar. I don't know if it's Spanish guitar, but and the brass. Like, they're both good, but I don't know how well they go together. Just fine. I don't need to love everything. Oh, look at the colors here! Look at the colors here! Look at the colors. The floor is like orange. amazing, amazing. Oh my god. I'm sorry, it's so bright and eerie with the orange and the purple. Final Destination. Pretty sure that this is pretty close to the Ted Woolsey translation. I'm afraid that's a trip I'm gonna have to pass on. We'll stop it. Oh, I'm so glad that I can just put it on this auto thing. Like, this is great. It is. She's gonna incinerate some ghosts. Yeah, I feel like probably the majority of the playing, I'm guessing, is virtual, with soloists performed live, and probably some songs that are like more like special. Oh my god, busted indeed, Adzina. Yeah, so it's the guitar and the brass. I think because it's such a jarring disconnect between the two. Like, if there was, I don't know, something about it doesn't quite work as well for me. Ah, they'll be fine. They'll be right back. They're the ones that are stopping, like, okay, we'll take that guy. Anyway, sorry. That's fine, buddy. Oh, this is nice. Oh no, don't you gravity me. Aw. So the enemies that just randomly take damage from existing, is that sap? Is that the sap effect? La la la. La 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 la. No reason to be overcharging now. It's not like you can take it with you. Okay, I never noticed sap when I was a kid playing this. Alright. Hopefully this will be enough. We'll see how it goes. No, that was not in the original, Danny. Some of this has been, but it's been really neat seeing some of the changes, which, again, like, I don't know the Game Boy Advance translation very well, so... Oh man, I'm a big fan of this. This is so great. I just put the button and we're good. But they've kept a lot of the most iconic Ted Woolsey lines. Oops, I should probably have actually gone in through the door. Oh, look at this, it's a bomb. Oh, this is not good. We don't want this. We definitely don't want this. Kill it really fast, folks. Kill it really fast. I don't remember there being bombs on this train. Oh, oops. Alright. God, those guitars. So good. They did simplify. In the original, it is bump ba-da-dum bump bump ba-da-dum bump bump ba-da-dum bump bump. But they've simplified it. Simplified? Oh my goodness, I'm making up words. Look! Words! Words, 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 words. Oh man, I really wanted to get to the opera this weekend. I don't know if that's gonna happen. That's okay. I'm making pretty good progress for Lauren, really. Considering how long I usually take playing games. I think I'm basically speedrunning this game. By Lauren standards, this is speedrunning. Alright. See how we do. I should probably heal Shadow again at some point. Oh no, you're setting my friends on fire. Please don't set my friends on fire. Generally speaking, I don't... Oh. Sabin, that's so inefficient. Buddy. Sabin doesn't care. Oh no, I'm on fire. I got the Genji glove. I got the Genji glove, but also got to see the scene with everybody. Oh no! Wow, that did big damage. I don't like that. I don't like that. I'm gonna have to heal. I was like, why is Shadow taking so much more damage than everybody else? There is in fact an explanation. I know, let's sort. There we go. That is much better. I said no once to ban it. Actually, they changed the way that works. All right. La, 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 la. Take some of this. I let folks recommend what they thought I should do. There we go. Oops. Well, that's fine. Wait, no, I want to have 50. Because this team doesn't have healing. So for all that I love this game so much, so much, I am not actually very good at like the min-max side of things. So I'm definitely like taking other people's suggestions of what I should do. Oh man, look at you go, Ghosty. Bum, bum, bum. All right, and we're getting some free potions too, very nice. What was that all about? The ghosts are not so thrilled to have a living person on their train. It's interesting that this no escape thing is the same. No, it's definitely not a very hard game, which is why I guess it's so good for folks to have the hard additions to play, the mods. I remember when I was a kid picking up on this no escape. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Very ominous. I was like, that's cool, that's scary. I'm gonna have this happen in like whatever, like Lego games or playing with stuffed animals, playing pretend. No escape. Fortunately, Sabin is just gonna put the other two characters in his pockets and jump. That's what you think. I'm gonna pick you up. He's gonna martial artist it. Whee! Oops. Well, that's alright. Yep. There they come. I love the thought that we're just gonna like mess everything up. Like, no big deal. Oh my god, the flashing light works better here. I'm sure that's fine. Nothing wrong will happen if we just disconnect part of the train that's taking the deceased to the afterlife. No consequences will ever happen. The end of that, everything's fine. No big deal, all cool, everything's good. How do I get through again? How do I get, oh, I have to go around inside. I guess I probably do. All right, are these angel whispers? Huh. All right, well, this is gonna take care of business. Yeah, take massive damages. Take some damages. Yeah, Sabin! Excellent. Alright, we'll go back in. I think I can go through. Yeah. Yeah, okay, cool. Such good bombastic brass, though. Alright, let us heal. Boop! Meow, 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 meow. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for what I am. I'm not really sorry. What level do I have to be to get Fire Dance? How many levels away am I from Fire Dance? Will you stop setting me on fire? I want to set you on fire. That's the goal here. Somebody will be on fire and it's not me. What? No. They hit him with the hammer of no more time. They're trying, Lily. They're contributing. They did. They were like, oh, we can do a fire dance. I'm like, no, you can't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't not sing along with this stuff. So there's a lot of comedy on the Phantom Train. Especially this scene right here. Are you sure you should be eating this? It's fine. Can't wage war on an empty stomach, I'm pretty sure was the line that Ted Woolsey gave us. Okay, fine. Gobble, snarf, slurp. Excellent. Thank you. Like, as a kid playing through this, it's an overwhelmingly, like, if what happens, if the magnitude of what happens in Doma hits you, it's a lot. So this, for all that you're like surrounded by the ghosts and the dead and stuff like that, this is a bit of comic relief. This is like getting away from that to some degree. Of course, then we're going to have a little bit of a gut twist at the very, or like a knife twisting in the gut at the end too. But it's good. They're like, you have to sit down. Yes, you can swap lead characters. Who do you want me to go as? Yeah, this has always been the case. Oh my god, you can make the ghost eat here? Oh my god. I don't know if you can. Oh my god, okay, hold on. Oh my god, that was really cute. That was really cute and ridiculous. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, well done. I've never seen that in all of my years of loving this game. Thank you for sharing that. Oh my god. The old dancing buddy. Alright, we're gonna go in here. We gotta get some treasure chests. Blow it up before it blows you up. Don't let it blow you up. Please don't blow me up. The blue glass, the ghost friend, just ate the food. It was adorable. And really silly looking. Oh, we got an earring. Okay, so I remember that the earring, the magic stat actually works really well. For magic, or not for magic, for Blitz. So I'm gonna put that on him because I'm pretty sure that's a good idea. Correct me if I'm wrong, but okay, so we need level 15. Does the ghost have stuff? A lich ring? What even is a lich ring? What even is a lich ring? Okay, Blue Glass, that explains it, because as you can probably tell, Aura Bolt and Fire Dance are my moves of choice. I don't know what other people's moves of choice are, but what was I gonna do? Oh, I'm several levels away. Should I? I really want Fire Dance. Oh, Lich Ring is what makes healing hurt. Oh, interesting. Okay. Oh, this is a lot of bombs. Let's not die. Oh, we're gonna die. No! No! Don't kill me, please don't kill me. Please don't kill me, please don't kill me. Alright. Alright, I don't usually want to like grind, but I have been doing like the opposite of grinding so far. Bum, 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 ba, da, da. Oops, okay. Bum, 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 ba, da. He is not sure how he feels about it. Amazing. I'm gonna absolutely make everyone in my party do this. There we go. We should go save. That's 3 levels. That's a lot of levels to have to grind for. Oh, but Sabin. Yeah, we'll get to that next time. Alright. Oh, no! Yeah, we'll see Shadow's eating scene on our way back. Do them with the big guy. No, no. I really want you to take out the Oversoul. Okay. Alright. Oh, man. Alright. Oops. I'm gonna save here. We can run around a bit. Oh, these guys don't give me much experience. I do though. It makes the battle for Narshe easy. Otherwise the battle for Narshe is nowhere near as easy. I really like Fire Dance. I really like Fire Dance. Come on, fight some guys. Okay, here we go. Let's try not to die. Oh, what? I'm looking forward to saying, I mean, believe me, once I've got it, we will be using it constantly. So, we will have plenty of opportunities to see how cool it looks. Alright. Am I not getting experience? Oh man, that little guy. I was never quite sure what the little guy, like what his face was, what his design was. I could never quite make sense of him. I love the ghosts when they punch. Their little fists are like skin. They look like they're some sort of skin tone. I think they're peachy. Do you have little skin hands? Oh, clouds in the game. Oops, wrong button. I'm really not getting any experience for these guys, am I? Whew. Okay, on second thought, maybe this isn't gonna work. Really not getting much experience. Am I over leveled? I might be over leveled, I guess. Well, that sucks. Okay, well maybe we won't grind to get it. Darn, I really want Fire Dance. That's okay, we'll be fine. We'll be fine without it, we'll get it eventually. Okay. So I probably should have done some grinding elsewhere if I was gonna do grinding. That's okay. Oh, I guess that's true. Okay. Fair. Well, we'll save here. We'll go eat and then we'll go onward, okay? Bum, 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 ba, da, da, da. Ba, 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 da, ba. I'm not really a big fan of grinding in general. It's not really something I do a lot of. God, the Lich sprite is really scary looking, the Oversoul. Oh, I got some holy water. That sounds like a good thing. Take the loops. Alright, let's go do this. Alright. That looks like a curry. Oh my god, that's adorable. Oh my god, that was amazing. These were absolutely 150% worth doing. Wow. Amazing. So there's all these things that I didn't know existed, and I knew this game, I thought I knew this game pretty well. Apparently. There were things I didn't know about. So it's good, I get to discover new, wonderful things to love about this game I love so much. I really want to get to the opera scene. As a Locke and Celes fan, a serious Locke and Celes fan, I'm obligated to really want to see the opera. You know how it is. Hey, when my band does release our cover of that, should I do like a listening party thing where we watch that together and then maybe we play more of this game? How would that sound? It probably won't be for like another month or so. Because hopefully I'll have done like an actual music video. I think it's gonna take me that long, Lily. Oh man. Here he comes. This thing makes no sense. If I were you, you over-muscled moose, I'd grab Grandpa there and run away while you still can. La, 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 la. Greatest windbag. Best beat a brave retreat. Oh, we got some rhyming. There's some trash talking happening here. Brazen words from a man about to be spitted upon my blade like a plump and juicy pig. Alright, whatever, buddy. I'm sorry. That lens flare is hilarious. Okay. I mean, what am I doing? I'm just gonna be doing the exact same thing against him that I usually do. Yeah, it does kind of have the feel of a Sabin rap battle, doesn't it? I think that the ribbon is currently on Celes right now, so I don't think we can do that, unfortunately. Oh my god. He is a mystery in this game. I remember being like, what is up with this? I don't get it. I'll bark, no bite. So we're gonna do more with him. Ran out of time, but left in the little bit that they've done already. But they didn't have too much time constraint to do the entire world of ruin. I'm sorry. Okay, so I have to redo everything here because I don't want them to, I don't want him to throw, I want him to attack. Ba-bum-bum-bum-bum. Alright. Can I go through here? He fed his puppy. Okay, somewhere around here. Wait. Wait. Oh! 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 There's something else you can do where you like move things, right? They've made these easier to notice. They definitely are trying to make sure that you can find all of the things instead of the things being a mess. I don't know if I have my white cape. I don't know. We'll have to see. Bum, 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 ba, da, 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 ba, da, da, da. Alright, just gonna aura cannon everything. So I guess Aura Bolt must have been trying to have the same name but fitting a shorter limit of characters. Yeah, but we gotta suplex it first. Oh my god. That dude. Bum, bum, bum. What's the thing? There's a thing that I want to do in one of these, right? I'm trying to remember. There's one where you have to like push a button or do something to like move this. Every corner of the engineer's compartment. Nothing there yet? Okay. That's later in the game? Okay. Alright. Well, I'm glad to know that my my questionable memory is not entirely wrong. It's just not entirely right. Ah! Buttons! I'm all huffy about my buttons. Alright. Hi, buddy. Oh. I have one of them I can buy stuff from. Apparently, I'm not remembering right though. You know, Missoula, maybe they can. They see the look in Sabin's eye, and they're like, I'm not gonna stop this guy. I'm not gonna mess with him. I'm just gonna let him do his thing. It's probably a good idea. There's probably a better ghost that I could have in my party that would be more useful, but. Alright. I remember correctly. I want to actually take this guy seriously. Yeah. I think this thing can be hard anyway. Whoop! Wow, that's not the end of the world. Good thing I'm in the back row. Oh no, there goes my ghosty. Oh no, there goes my friend. Oh no, I thought I was prepared for this, so. All right, well, look. I guess we should probably. They're like, you're probably gonna need some Phoenix Downs after you fight that guy. What's good news, Nick? The fact that I can just do this right now. Right? There's no reason not to do this. Have I noticed what? What did I notice? What should I notice? What did I do wrong? Oh no! What is it? The answer is probably not. Okay. I'm gonna save Shadow. Oh. That's some dramatic sounding music. Sound effects. Alright, I'm gonna have to get a new ghosty. Yes, I knew that would happen, yes. I don't think I need a ghosty for this. I think we'll be okay. What a toasty ghosty. Ah! That's why I can't use sprint shoes. Alright. Alright, I could... Shadow's about to get a level. I could level Shadow. We come back here, we camp for the night, then we go suplex a train. We could do that. Oh, that's a good point. Oops, that was overkill. That's fine. I need to remember that that's the case. All right. You're gonna actually just attack. You are going to do that. Oh, jeez. And you are going to do this. All right. So let's try not to let Shadow die. See how this goes. Just kill a dude. Enemies attack faster because the bar moves slower? Oh. I mean, I seem to recall I usually beat the Phantom Train really quickly. Oh, it doesn't? Well, he leveled up anyway. I'm not close to a level with my other two dudes, am I? I guess I should save. Yes, MVC, such good music. Wrong button. Oh my god. So should I camp here? Or should I just eat some potions? I probably should just eat some potions, shouldn't I? I think it's cheaper to eat some potions at this point, I think. Do I eat potions or do I tent? I feel like it's actually cheaper to eat potions at this point. I don't have any MPs. So that's why I think potions are... Okay, we're gonna do this. We're doing this the cheap person's route, thanks. Alright. Whatever. We're good. We're good. We're fine. Look, you should see me when it comes to free heals, alright? I have a problem. In Phantasy Star 1, I continued teleporting to Suela and Caminite on Palma for like the entire game. Alright. Now we put everyone in front. Oops. Alright. Where's the... There's a book, right? That tells me which one... Oh. Yes. First and third pressure valves, and throw the switch located by the smokestack. First and third. Okay. Yes, they did. La, 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 la. Having the exclamation point over things you can interact with is good. The train is kind of peeved about this. To be fair, I would probably be pretty peeved if I were the train too. God, that lens flare. Alright, folks, are we ready? Why did he summon like a million ghosts? Oh no. What? Oh my god, are you serious? Oh, okay, well we're gonna see how we go. I need to remember to equip some stuff if we die this time. Oh jeez. Ah! I got a green cherry somewhere here. God, that violin is so good. Alright. Yeah, no, you're right. I should ribbon. I really should. We have to do this. Alright. I'm sorry, folks. Sorry. Evil toot. It's not gonna work. Oh, he's berserked. We're gonna die and have to do this fight over. How humiliating. I can't do anything. Hey, at least we get to hear the "You Died" theme. It's pretty. Tragically, we died. Yeah, I was like, how did Interceptor attack him? What's going on here? I don't know if I have the white cape. We're gonna find out. He is a good boy. Oh, it gave me an autosave. Okay, let's see if we can equip. Equip. Unfortunately, I don't think I can. Oh, no. Oh, we got a ribbon. Cool. La, 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 la. Bum, 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 bum. Prevents poison. Does this help his attack? Should I have that equipped? No, okay, it's fine. We haven't suplexed it yet. We gotta suplex it. That's important. You haven't played Final Fantasy VI if you don't suplex the train. You have a job. After we've suplexed it, then we can Phoenix down, but we have to suplex it. Obviously. Alright. Knight's Code and Black Belts, you think so? Counter is good. I'm gonna give him Black Belt. Hopefully that'll be okay. Alright, let's see what happens. Okay, it's done. La, 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 la. Alright, well, we'll see how this goes. Right now, we just have to stay alive enough to suplex the train, and then we can Phoenix down it, and then everything will be done. It'll be fine. No! Bam. No! Okay. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Thank you very much. All right. Now we're done. I want to do it again. I want to do one more time just to make sure that we've seen it. We're going to do it again. It's important. This is very important. All right, now we should probably go ahead and get this over with. I've never actually done this before. The evil tooted. It needs to stop evil tooting. Is that what it was called in the original? I don't remember. Okay, well, we're fine. We're fine as it turns out. I didn't think it was that hard. Such a good song. All right. So they were really excited to let us know that we could still suplex the train. I assume some of you have seen like Square tweeting about suplexing the train, and then people were upset because they're like, you can suplex the train, but it's not upside down. It needs to be upside down so it's suplexed. So they went back in and fixed it before release to do that. I just think that's wonderful. Ka-ching, ka-ching. Ka-ching, ka-ching. Alright. Whoop, whoop. And then this scene, which like, hey, did you remember that tragedy has happened? Did you remember that this is a very sad and serious game? Poor Shadow gets to have all of his gear taken off. Like, this whole section is very strange and surreal when you play through it for the first time. And then they stab you in the gut just one more time. And Sabin is like, we can't not intervene here. At least he gets to have some closure, you know? They should have put a different song here, I think. I don't know what, but something else. Yeah, sorry, I still get a bit teary-eyed. And he's still standing here, even after the train is gone. It's one of those things that you, like, know in theory, you know? Like, as a kid, you're like, oh, this is a big bad thing that happens. But, like, the older you get, the more things like that really resonate. Oh. Oh, okay. That's fine. What is money anyway in this game? I'm not too worried. Okay, so we're gonna take his stuff off, right? All right. Here we go. a nice, pretty rainbow. A wild and dangerous land inhabited by all manner of ferocious beasts. Loblas. Goodbye, Shadow. Sabin's like, we're pals, right? We're friends. And Shadow's like, I don't make friends. That's not what I do. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. But yeah, so we suplexed our train. Ooh, look at the colors. Ooh, look at the colors. Ooh. Oh, I forgot to put them in the back row. Oops. This might not be the best choice against these guys. I don't know. Sabin doesn't care about physics. Like the laws of gravity don't apply to him. He's just gonna Sabin it up. You know, like, he doesn't care. Bum, 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 bum. Man, I will say this auto battle thing is really nice. I really appreciate it. Oh, it's based on time? Okay, well. Here we go. God, it's such a good game. Hey, Chrono, you missed it. We just suplexed the train. Which is very important. It's the most important thing you can do. At any Final Fantasy VI playthrough, you gotta suplex the train. You know? Yes, they did! And auto battle is great! Alright. Oh my god, we're gonna hear a real live cello, aren't we? There's the Spanish guitar. Sorry, we're listening to the music. I'm not thinking about anything else right now. It's one of the best songs in the game. That's a penny whistle. Strings are beautiful. Okay, interesting. They've decided to keep it be the whistle all the way through. It's a beautiful song. The use of the whistle, the tin whistle, the penny whistle here is really interesting. It's not what I expected at all. It's lovely. I feel it punches out a little bit too much, but so Gao has gotten the neon treatment. But it fits his design. They have managed to make all of the sprites look more like the like chibi profile picture versions of their sprites that like profile view, like side view, those ones that exist. Like they look so much like those this time around. I think that's what they went for. I think that's what they were going for. Yes, we'll do Gao. Yeah, now that they don't have to keep the same color palette, it's opened up a lot. They've given his hair more detail too. He does have red eyes. I wonder what color his text box is going to be. That is not what I expected. I don't remember what that instrument's called, but it's not what I expected. Sorry. Just pull out your entire like kitchen drawer full of percussion. Yeah, no, the overworld colors. There we go. There we go. I was missing some flute. Flutter tonguing. That's a regular transverse flute, but played with extended techniques. I am not capable of playing those. I physically cannot. I can't roll my R's, which is necessary for flutter tonguing, and some of the techniques that person is doing, because that's another live one. There's no way you can do that sort of thing not live. That's wonderful. I'm sorry, I was sitting here like, where's my flute? Where's my flute? How dare you have the Veldt theme with no flute? That's okay. They had me covered. We're good. All right, as I was saying, that I don't remember what that one is. That's not a Jaduke, is it? Is that a Jaduke? This one I like to jam with my friends. There's a video game cover band called The World is Square. God, he's so cute! Look at him! Oh my god, he's way cuter. His sprite is so much more adorable. Oh, he's so cute. I'm sorry, Gao. I'm sorry, Gao. I don't have any food for you. I'm gonna set you on fire instead. Oh, buddy, I'm so sorry. I don't want to hit you. No. We gotta get over there so we can get him some food, because I just can't do that. Look at me walking diagonally like a super cool person. Oh my god, this stuff is wild. Wild. Oh my god, that flute playing is wild. Anyway, I have a group of friends. Their video game cover band is The World is Square. Shockingly, they do some Square covers, and they're kind of like a folk rock act. And so they do a cover of the Veldt, and I love to jam that with them, with me on flute and them on their bazillion instruments. It's a very fun one to play. I love this song. played the Link's Awakening remake. We do want to do the do you do the soldier side quest here? Now? Do I care about this if I'm just, like, does this affect my Bushido if I get a better sword? I don't remember these things. God, it's such a good song. It's so good. So, there's a section in Suikoden 5 where one of the songs becomes entirely on flutes, recorders, things, and it's great. Buy a few copies of these because I think this is my last chance to buy better armor for the rest of my party, who, as you can see, does not have the better armor, and I do not wish to die in the battle for Narshe. I think this is correct. Oh, you're right! Thank you. You're right. Thank you. Thank you. Never mind. We're good. We're good. So let's go work with Lola's boyfriend. Oh goodness. They try to let you know what to do. And so again, like, so the people from Miranda were like forcibly conscripted, and then they when this guy tried to desert because he didn't want them to do to Doma what they had done to Miranda, they hunted him down and beat him within an inch of his life. Like, there's not a lot of ambiguity about the Imperials, like, as a collective whole, even if we have some good people in the Empire. Alright, so the way to do this is I think that do I leave and come back? Oh, I have to go and do something, right? Do I have to leave the town? What's the deal? I'm trying to remember the thing with him. I feel like it's fairly annoying. Does anybody remember offhand? Check the house with the pigeon. Okay. look, spriting multiple birds is hard. Just have one bird. Oh, I think you're right. I think talking to a shop will do. Alright. Is this it? I know that there's like a way to trade. There we go. Yeah. Maybe like, can you read the letter to me, please? Sorry, I hope this is alright. Like, I feel like I'm like rushing through this stuff, you know? But it's so sad. And one of the things that I love about this is that it's, if you bother to do it, it slows down and focuses on a very specific and precise example of what the Empire has done to people. Sending his favorite record, because we of course have gramophones or record players or whatever. Alright, so we're gonna go here. We're gonna go talk to a shopkeeper. So I think that is what you do. I think you talk to a shopkeeper to reset this thing. La, 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 la. So one thing I really love that I've seen about the T edition that everyone's going crazy about, which is an extra challenge mode thing, is that like they've added extra costumes for the characters. And so in some cases I think that's like your character can turn into somebody else's sprite, but it's also like they've like sprited out, like for example Celes's tan outfit. Haven't been to the back of the town yet. Oh, I guess I can do that. But just pushing through with this poor fellow. So you kind of, it's this kind of painting what Miranda is like. We don't have money to deal with our like regular ordinary sicknesses, you know? La, 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 la. Ah! I'm wondering how they're going to translate this in this version when we have a little less worry about like being allowed to talk about the teen pregnancy that occurs in the second part of this game. The springtime of love. La, 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 la. Do I want another one of these? That's expensive. Yes, I forgot. This is because in the world of ruin, you can stay here. Ba-dink. Oh my god, the guitar, the guitar, the guitar. I'm sorry, but the guitar. Just like put like a real guitar everywhere. That's all I need in life. La, 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 la. So I think you're supposed to do this a bit at a time as you come and go here. But we are being impatient and speedrunning it. Is this the end of it, I think? Or is there one more? Ah, okay. Oh, really, Blade Tiger? Oh, you've never done this side quest? Do you remember in the World of Ruin, the young woman who Cyan is sending those flowers to? That's Lola. This is Lola's boyfriend that Cyan is impersonating at that point. I think it's a really lovely thing that you can have this involvement in them, in their story. And again, like I really like how, like, you know, sad and relatable all of his like, the two of them are so desperate to hear from each other. She wants the book, she wants the letter. Like, it's just, it's beautiful and sad and relatable. And again, if you're playing this game as a kid, you maybe don't fully grasp the magnitude of everything, but you can get enough to kind of know what's emotionally going on here. Sending Lola all kinds of things in my name. So it's like foreshadowing for other things that are sending Lola their name. Alright. So that's... Yes, I want to get better so I can go see Lola and Miranda. You're like, man, the Empire kind of sucks, doesn't it? The answer is yes, the Empire does kind of suck. Alright. Let us acquire one adorable roguish boy. I do agree. I don't remember what was his thing. How did they describe him in this version of the game? Because yeah, the eyes shining with intelligence is a good detail. La, 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 la. La, 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 la. Oh, intelligence became kindness. Okay. Oh, now I'm poisoned. Where is he? Why is he not coming? What am I doing wrong? Oh, that makes bad noise. They're like, please do not. Please do not. Shining eyes and warmth. Okay. Okay, I guess. For some reason, I thought that it happened all the time. I guess maybe I've had good luck. I need to buy some more antidotes. Listen to that flute go! Oh man, they're killing it. Look up extended technique flutes if you want to hear that sort of stuff more. I can't do it. I'm not capable of it, but it's very impressive and cool. La, 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 la. Where is he? Why is he not coming? Why is it so awfully... Why is it neon green? Why isn't this at least the, like... It used to be this kind of sandier color. Like this color right here. There we go. He's so cute. His... No! 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 I'm sorry, baby child. Oh, no! No! I did it badly. I did it badly. We are going to proceed carefully here. Oh my god, the World of Ruin being all bright colors. Amazing. No! 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 Okay, items. Hold on, no, don't you dare, don't you dare. Where's it? There's the dried meat. Okay. World of Rainbows. Oh! It cuts to a more close-up scene. Screen. Oh, that's nice. To let you know that we're out of combat. Sabin's like, what are you doing? La, 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 la. Oh, Munchkin. So they're wrestling around. And it's adorable because Sabin's been the little brother in his relationship with Edgar. And he hasn't really had much time to like figure out what like his like grown-up relationship with his brother is. But here's a little kid who needs a big brother and a dad. And here we have a brother and a dad. And it's really adorable. Scrappy boys being scrappy boys, yes. Yeah, so here. This is very cute. A wild one. Gao seems a lot smaller. Like, I think they were able to make his sprite shorter more effectively here. So like, you really feel how teeny tiny he is. He's so cute. He's really adorable. He's really annoying, but like in a cute way. Sabin's like, maybe we should not be harassing the man who just lost everything. And Gao's like, oh. And Cyan is like, I know how to deal with small children. I can handle this. He's so excited. The writing of scenes like this like never quite worked for me because it's so and again like comic stuff doesn't often work for me. But like there's just this like silliness. And I remember when I was younger, like when I was in like middle school and I would write stories, I would write stuff and going back and reading it, it's really kind of awkward, but it's trying to follow this sense of weird random humor. I'm gonna get a shiny thing. I love how like Gao is not listening. He's already off to like spinning around doing whatever he's doing next. Cannot sit still. Yeah, no, that's fair, Blue Glass, and that's not unlike my playthrough. I don't generally use either of them much. Oh, whatever. You like him. I love this. I love this. I love this. He just comes moonwalking back. I love it. It's really funny. Look, it cracks me up. This is exactly the right sound for this piano. Spinach rag. It's ragtime. Yes, it's a honky-tonk piano for a ragtime song. All right. This is it, right? La, 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 la. La, 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 la. Right? No? No, it's not. Oh. I don't use his rages. I like never use Gao. But I guess we can have him rage. We just leave him here. It's an interesting concept. Yeah, no, I know that everybody loves Stray Cat. I don't remember if it's as good in this version of the game, but... So, Dragon Imps, what is the part that you love the most about their story? Guess I need to not hit you. Didn't hit him, okay. Yeah, but I don't remember how good, sorry. Sure, we'll leap. And then we'll fight some things. Like, so the thing is, like, there's reasons why people should, like, why people love each of the characters in the game. Like, there are certain characters that, generally speaking, everybody likes to some degree. But outside of that, everybody has, like, their own character that they love for the reason that they love. Alright. Alright, so he won't be completely lacking rages. Alright. We should get Gao after this, I think. No? Oh, for when he leaps and when he returns? I thought you only got rage to the monsters when he leaps. Interesting. Shows what I know. I liked Realm when I was a little kid. Oh, I should actually probably heal. Yeah, no, that's a good point. All right. Let's go heal. All right. No, it's okay. You don't have to be prepared to say more words. I'm just curious about it because, like, for me, like, I can understand, like, there's a lot of sweetness in their relationship, and they're both really charming and likable characters. And if what you want out of characters, like, if you personally like, you know, if you like the playfulness, they're a great set of it. Because, you know, you have characters who are playful and tease each other in Realm and Strago, but even though it's loving, it's like a little less gentle. Whereas everything that Gao does is very, very playful. And Sabin is also really goofy and playful, and they're both really lovable and charming characters. Like, I don't want it to seem like my complete lack of interest in Gao as a playable character has anything to do with me disliking him as a character narratively. I don't really want to fight anybody. I just want to be done with this. I mean, I know I guess we can take everything. It's fine. We're just not going to get anything for fighting them, you know? Oh, you got a whole bunch of these. Does he not have any attack? Only rage? I thought he had attack also. But I guess not. Shows what I know. Did I go the wrong way? I bet I went the wrong way. Oops. Oh no, I blitzed wrong. I didn't even enter a blitz. It's fine. Now you're floating, little kid. Gonna electrocute things. It's cool. I did this wrong. I went the wrong way, everybody. Alright. Save. Onward. Although I'm getting pretty hungry, so I may want to stop soon. I was gonna say let's push through and try to stop at the battle for Narshe, maybe, but all right. There was a hydrate redeemed, so I will drink some water. I was like, I don't know. I really like that you can so easily see what color the character's eyes are. It's very cute. Ah! Alright. Is this it? The guys are like, I guess, okay. They show you where you can stand. Oh my god. Right. Speaking of the playful silliness between them. Whatever, they become close. I like the thought anyway. Here we go. His shiny treasure. Dirty glass bowl. No, we can all stick our heads in the same one, or we each get one. Who knows? See, Sabin understands technology and things. All right, here we go. I guess we're not going to get fire dance this time around. Yes, that's why they're named that, Cyan. Oh, that is a good question, Blade Tiger. Yeah, I didn't remember that being in the original Blue Glass, so that is a new addition. Come on, Gao. He has to think about it. Maybe he's a little nervous. Maybe he's nervous about leaving his home. But he does it. Let's see what this sounds like. I love this song. Does anybody know which direction we should go on these? Oh, this is pretty! We'll get some treasure. We'll do it. We'll go for it. Ooh, do you hear what that low brass is doing over there? Ooh, that's some pretty horns. That's new. Oh, I like that. I like that. I like that a lot. Oops. Potions. Nice, that's all there is to get here. Let me know if there's like a secret thing somewhere that's coming up, because I don't remember these things ever. sorry. It's not time for that part yet. Someone spoiled this game. Just gonna keep going to the right. God, this background is absolutely gorgeous. Oh, I guess we'll just do this. Did you just shoot lasers at them? That doesn't seem like a bad idea to shoot lasers. There's probably something else that's more suited for this. This second half here is really nice. Oh, that's a good point. I should probably heal. I'm really bad about that. The absolute worst at keeping up with healing. It's terrible, really. Bum, 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 bum. Sabin has the least health. I think that Cyan might have a green beret though, which would explain it. Can I go this way? No. Is there a secret thing here? Notice how the map actually shows that there's still water here even though there isn't. Is one of these a path through? Do I go down the thing? Do I walk into this water here? Oops. I bet I did that wrong. No, I didn't. Okay. Ah! Ha! You know who needs more health? Definitely Sabin. Absolutely. Apparently, these boys wild laser beam in its natural environment. Oh my god. You folks crack me up. I appreciate it. And like this water is just such a strange color. It should be a more normal shade of blue so that the World of Ruin is more striking with its strange purple water. We shouldn't have strange purple water already. Really question the overworld color choices in this game. Alright, let's go shopping. Nikea. At least that's how I pronounce it. Do you have a different way of pronouncing it? We bathe sometimes. Oh my god, the kid. We have to go talk to the kid. The kid's like my favorite. No, the kid shopkeep. The kid shopkeep is my favorite. Alright. Oh, the mage's hat raises your magic. Is that worth getting? Oh, the iron armor slows you down some. That's interesting. I'm just gonna blow all my money here. Isolated from the rest of the world, so you can't get anywhere without a ship. Should buy something to encourage me. Oh, that's different than what the kid says in the other version. Do I want any of these? Would you recommend that I get anything here? Oh god, hopefully Kefka didn't poison the ocean. We'll be in trouble if that's the case. Like, I feel like I should have another one of these. And this seems like this might be useful, maybe? I don't know. Yes, no, they've definitely made some changes that very definitely make this much more user-friendly. Oh, I could put that on somewhere. The white cape seems like a good thing to have. We'll get another one of those. Sure, they're expensive, that's fine. Well, it sounds like everything's imported here. That's what they do. Helped deliver his son 13 years ago. Problem birth, the mother didn't survive. The man couldn't handle the loss, went loony. Yeah. So you're like, oh, this is sad. Oh, weapons! Oh my god, I'm pretty sure this is exactly the same as what Ted had written. Oh my god, Humpty and Dumpty. Sabin's like, yeah, I'm not really into ladies, sorry. Cyan is not ready for this. He's still grieving his wife, and also he has different concepts of how women should dress. Towns to the southern continent, Zen, Albrecht, and Miranda, all have been lost to the Empire. Because it's an empire, it's trying to take over everything, which is bad. If you don't want somebody to take you over and they take you over, that's bad for you. The thing is, I don't think that there are any weapons that I wanted to buy here. See, like there's... Like, the Kotetsu is not really going to be a big concern for me because he uses his Bushido all the time. I'm sorry, I'm yawning. Oh, yay! Clock Elixir. Happy Lauren. I just really like Clock Elixir, okay. A rock slide, huh? That's no good. Clock Elixir, yes. Such a pretty song. So you can't get anywhere here, apparently, by foot. So you can only sail. Alright, you're going to Magitech Armor because that's a pretty recent one. I don't know if that one's any good or not. Alright. I think these things are really low level, so I don't know that we're actually going to get experience off of them. Oh! Okay, actually no, we might get some. Well, we can get A level. Those electric guitars are so good. It's so good. All right. Cyan has gotten a level. Sabin's gonna level up soon. Okay. Cyan is a level higher than Sabin though, so unfortunately I think it's gonna take a while before we can get Fire Dance. I want Fire Dance though. At least I'm getting some money off of these guys. Sorry, I know that watching me, I don't usually grind on stream because that's not usually my jam, but I just because I don't usually have trouble with the Battle for Narshe because I usually have Fire Dance, but having played through it at some point and had trouble with it, I now don't ever want that to happen again. I guess I could always play this off stream and just get my last level. So it's interesting to think of this as this game being someone's first experience with the game, you know? Because people wonder, you know, what's the definitive edition? And actually for a long time, the Game Boy Advance was what was considered. Oh my god, Sabin is so close to a level. Oh, Sabin. People considered the Game Boy Advance version the definitive edition because it had the better translation, they'd fixed some of the things that were broken, and it just generally made a lot more sense. Yes, that's right. He needs 9. He needs 9. So I think he's gonna level now. He's tripping over the level. He just got his level. Good boy, Sabin. There's a vocal arrangement of this song that I love. That is off of the Prey CD, which is one of the, it's the first arranged vocal album. We've got 2 levels to go with him. If you said that it's level 15 and he's currently on 13, that's a little ways away. So I don't know if this is gonna work, but we'll see. Because we're coming up on 5 o'clock, which is when I was intending to finish my stream. I could, but I don't know if I have it in my heart to do so. Oh, that would be sad. But then the fighting will take longer too, won't it? Instead of being able to kill everything in one round. Right? Look, I've got a practical reason why I'm not gonna do that. But will this plus the modded text become the definitive edition? Will this version come out on consoles? As they've said they will if there's enough interest. I wonder. Like, is this going to be the version? Is this going to bring a whole new generation of Final Fantasy VI fans? Because it is a niche game, and something that I think is really funny is that I've referred to Chrono Trigger as a niche game, and people are like, no, why are you saying that? And I'm like, I mean, it's an old game that's very well known among people who know retro JRPGs exclusively, people who know retro JRPGs. And if that's the world that you live in, then you're going to feel like everybody knows it. You know, like it's going to seem like everybody knows it because everyone you know knows it. Sabin's gonna hit the guy in the back just to mix it up some. How are we doing? Yeah, I don't know that we're going to... Feral Youth is his class. Because he doesn't have to fit an existing Final Fantasy class. I would say it's still actually a fairly small niche these days, because if you consider how many people who play video games have never played a retro RPG. Chrono Trigger hasn't been released in a while, you know? Oh no, Jenny. Oh no, that's terrible. Yeah, well, sometimes people will be like, but why don't they something this game? Everyone knows this game, everyone loves it. And I'm like, it's been several years since everybody knew that game, you know? Sorry, we're just knocking out some bad guys. People keep asking about Final Fantasy VI Remake and how I would feel about that. And I'm like, well, you know, they'd have to make a lot of changes and folks are going to get mad about those changes. Yes, no, that is true, Axel. Well, it's not just the age of it though, but like, I do think that people, it's like, I'll be like, something is really well known and well regarded within the VGM scene. So there'll be like soundtracks and things that people know very well in the VGM scene because it's something that we grew up during the era that it was relevant, and it has a really good soundtrack, and so everybody knows it. So like Final Fantasy Mystic Quest is not an obscure title for VGM fans, but outside of that small subsection of the world, who knows what Mystic Quest is? It came out once on the Super Nintendo, you know? And has one of the greatest soundtracks of any... Oh, we're getting crunchy? I don't know. I don't know, man. It was released as Final Fantasy USA in Japan, that's correct. See, the thing is though, like, it wouldn't just be cutscenes. I don't know if you can do the Leaf River leveling trick. I mean, I assume so, because I don't think they changed that. Yes, okay, Final Fantasy Mystic Quest is one of the greatest video game soundtracks. I grew up without really much exposure to metal in my regular everyday life, but I remember being tiny baby Lauren on the Super Nintendo, like, playing Mystic Quest was my first JRPG, so it took my sister Farrah and I to beat it. We thought it was very hard at the time. And I was just like, what is the sound? What is the sound? They love it so much. The answer to that question is, Lauren, that those are electric guitars, which I love very much. And it's a charming game. It works very well for what it is. It's charming, it's easy, it's kind of neat, kind of rad. I wouldn't call it a great game, no, but I think it does what it does well. But it is one of the best soundtracks. If you do not know the Final Fantasy Mystic Quest soundtrack, I strongly encourage you, if you hear these chugging guitars and you're like, oh, I like this, I strongly encourage you to look up the Final Fantasy Mystic Quest soundtrack and listen to it. It's fantastic. Lufia 2, okay, look, I actually really like the Lufia 1 battle theme. I've had this conversation with friends, this arguments. See, I know a lot of people who love Final Fantasy IV a lot. I think that it has aged more poorly than this game has. But it also has a much simpler narrative, and so, like, I suppose on that level, like, I don't know. I love Final Fantasy VI so much. Like, I love it the most. It's not the best. It doesn't have the best story. It doesn't have the best characters, which is good. It is good for things, because the medium of video games is continuing to grow and develop. Like, it would be really sad if, like, it hit its pinnacle of storytelling, you know, 20-something years ago. I think that would be really sad. it's still like my favorite and I love it very much, but like if I want to talk about better game stories, if I want to talk about better game characters and better game writing, there's a lot of options that I could choose that are far better than this. But I love this one very much. And I think that if you take away the goggles of nostalgia, I think that it's pretty apparent. So when people who are trying to get into the Final Fantasy series these days ask me what game they should play, what they should start with, if they specifically have the like vocabulary to feel comfortable with a Super Nintendo game, I may recommend this one. But mostly, I would recommend that they play Final Fantasy X. Final Fantasy X is much more like playable to a modern audience. Like the gameplay holds up really well. The characters I think are fantastic. The story is wonderful. It's really emotional. I was bawling during scenes. It has a really great solid world building. I did play the Final Fantasy VII Remake, so I didn't like Final Fantasy VII, the original. Hot take, controversial opinion. I didn't like it as a kid. My sister and I played through it, and I really didn't like it. I especially didn't like Aerith, which is really funny if you know me now. Oh, that's true, Blue Glass. You raise a good point, my friend. I should maybe put that on. All right. So we'll heal a bit as we do this. But so I played Crisis Core because people I knew who didn't like Final Fantasy VII liked Crisis Core and were like, no, Lauren, we think you like it. And I loved Crisis Core. And so because I loved Crisis Core, I went through Final Fantasy VII Remake and I actually really loved it. I think it was really nicely updated to really take advantage of what games are capable of these days. Not just graphically or gameplay wise, but also like the story and the characterization. I would be really curious to see what they would do if they did a remake. See, I think that that Final Fantasy stuff, like I said, like I thought that from my opinion, Final Fantasy VII, the original, had a poorly told incoherent story and one of the least likable casts of characters I've ever played. Which is funny because when I played Final Fantasy VII Remake, I really liked the characters. I'm told that it's because they actually stuck to the characters as they were supposed to be in the original, but they were very, very poorly translated. So good for improved translation, I suppose. Oh, he is, isn't he? Thank you. Yeah, well, I now understand that Final Fantasy VII's translation is responsible for a lot of what I didn't like about it, and so the things that I like about Final Fantasy VII Remake apparently were in the very original Japanese version. Oh. I should maybe put some clothes on a cow. Oh no. Good job, Lauren. So when I was a kid, I didn't have any interaction with the Final Fantasy VII fan because I played that game when it came out. You better believe I was on top of that. Because I loved 6 so much. This new Final Fantasy? Hell yeah. Oh man, Cyan got a new move, woo! So my dislike of those characters was like solely on me. And then the way that the characters showed up in other things, the personality, for example, that they gave Aerith was apparently very different from what it was supposed to be. I like her now that I see her as this kind of like socially awkward, sort of rude gremlin princess. I think it is Quadrislace. We'll take a look at it. Like they were really, honestly, like able to unlock, Yeah, well, and I knew a lot of people who loved 7, and I will say I disliked 7 partly because everybody loved it so much, and I didn't think that it deserved the praise that it had. Of course, now I will sing the praises of Final Fantasy VII Remake, so, you know, what do I know? But yeah, Final Fantasy X story I think holds up. You want to talk about a game that has a lot of like seriousness and gravitas. I feel like Final Fantasy X does an incredible job. Like, I think it's an incredible, incredible game. I have a lot of praise and love for it. And so like I don't really hesitate to recommend Final Fantasy X to people, even though it is at this point several generations old. I want wow, you heal up like in no time. My goodness. Cyan is full in health already. Wow. So Final Fantasy VI, as I keep saying, doesn't have... Right now I'm leveling up. I'm trying to get Fire Dance is what I'm doing. So that when we go to the battle for Narshe, it's inconsequential because Fire Dance makes everything easy. I don't know what they call Fire Dance in this version of the game, but we'll find out. It'll be exciting. Oh man. Leet. Sabin has Leet experience. There is a bit of nerddom that is going to be completely incomprehensible to young nerds, if it's not already completely incomprehensible to young nerds, which I find fascinating. Because I remember like the early days of being a nerdy child on the internet. So. But yeah, so my opinions on the Final Fantasy series, I didn't like 7 or 8, but I was talked into giving 9 a chance, despite not liking either of those, and it turns out I do love 9 a lot. I have complaints about some of the story direction in it, but the characters are fantastic. Oh, I wouldn't know what the best relic combination is. I am really not a player who knows a ton about the gameplay mechanics of things, even games I love. I'm beginning to get a better sense of that sort of thing, like in Hades, understanding like the different boon combinations and things like that and how those fit into gameplay styles and stuff. Like that's really interesting stuff. But it's not historically been how I think about things. And Victor goes, that's completely valid. And I mean, 8 has some really great music, and I liked some of the characters. It didn't really grab me, and I didn't like the main cast very much. And I was so frustrated with not having liked 7 that I gave up on it. And like, speaking of the Mario RPGs, I don't like Super Mario RPG or its soundtrack. I played 8 back in the day, and I haven't played it since. Because there are so many other games in the world that I want to play that I haven't really felt compelled to give it a try because I don't know that I would like it. Maybe I would. Because I feel like by and large, and this is probably a silly opinion to be saying here as I'm streaming, you know, Final Fantasy VI, this game from the 90s. But storytelling in games has gotten so much more mature, and not like mature in grim, dark, death, serious, you know, not that. That's not maturity. I know that there was a subset of people, especially in the mid-2000s, who thought that was maturity, and it's not. But as far as like the nuance that you can portray, how much you can get across in very careful writing and very careful voice acting, how much world building and lore and stuff you can put into things, how detailed your characterization can be, like it's just, people are building on what was invented in these older games that I love very much. They've taken it and they've run with it. And so like I'm really excited about experiencing what those games do, you know? like, I'm having an incredible time playing Horizon Zero Dawn and Hades right now. Neither of which are genres that I would normally have touched. Like, I had a really hard time at the beginning of Horizon Zero Dawn because I don't play open world games, so I didn't know the open world game, like, vocabulary of, like, if a thing is yellow, it means you can jump on it. Like, I didn't know any of that. But I started playing it because, like, I heard really good things about the story and the characters, and it's incredible. It is incredible what they're able to do. They have the space and time to do these things. And I guess the current generation of game writers are just really incredible. And it's been, honestly, as somebody who's loved video games basically my entire life, like, when my mom was in the hospital giving birth to me, my dad was really stressed out about it. They sent him home so he would stop being annoying. And he went home and he played Chapter Rescue, I think it was, on the Atari ST. So, like, gaming is in my blood. And so I love these old classics, and I feel like I can take them for what they are. But it's really exciting for me to see what new things have been created. Oh, we got a raid! Crit fail with advantage. Thank you for the raid, friends! Welcome! What have you been up to? What have you been playing? Are you Final Fantasy VI friends? Hello and welcome! I am LaurentheFlute. Right now we're just leveling up in Final Fantasy VI because I'm trying to get my hands on Fire Dance for Sabin so that the battle for Narshe will not be hard. This is one of my favorite games of all time. Although I'm talking about, and this is something that you may disagree with, but I'm talking about how games, like modern games, have a level of sophistication in the storytelling and world building and characterization that wasn't possible when Final Fantasy VI came out. And so, like, they've surpassed it. But it's still really, really, I think, amazing and important to, like, look back and see where these things came from and to, like, honor how much we love these games. But for example, I'm a huge fan of Undertale and especially Deltarune recently. And those are, I mean, Undertale has a section that directly references the opera from Final Fantasy VI, including using the same sound font and, like, similar structure in the music. And I think that it's really amazing to see what people who take the things that inspired us, what they make with that inspiration that we can then enjoy, you know? I'm cosplaying as Locke, sort of, because he's my favorite character. Locke and Celes are my favorites. I'm a diehard Final Fantasy VI fan. I still think it's important, even when you love something, to be able to talk about it and acknowledge its flaws and take that as the whole package. I think that's healthiest, and I think that's also how we think about I think that's how we make better things and come to fully appreciate the things we love. So this is your first time playing Final Fantasy VI? Oh my goodness, how far along are you? I'll have to be careful not to spoil things for you. It's a game that I know very well. I lead a video game cover band called The Returners. The band's been around for almost 10 years. God, I can't believe it's been so long. So this game has been near and dear to my heart for a long time. So I don't want to spoil things for you, but I do hope you enjoy it. And I'm actually wondering, what, if this is your first experience with Final Fantasy VI, like, I mean, you can follow me on YouTube, and the band, we've been working on our second album for like 5 or 6 years, and we're finally going to be releasing the first single, which is the aria from this. But like as like a rock metal band. Hold on, you can follow me on social medias. The YouTube channel there. We'll have some of my band's music on there if you want to take a look. And that goes for everybody else if you want to see me singing the ending theme of Metal Gear Solid 1 a cappella in Gaelic on stage at PAX. It's up there. Final Fantasy VI, in my opinion, definitely has the best soundtrack. And if this is the first version you've heard, I assume people have been telling you, there's some really interesting stuff that they've done with the songs. Like for me, a lot of the joy of playing through this Pixel Remaster has been hearing what they've done with songs that I love. Like this, I just did a cover of Terra's theme, the overworld version. So this song right here, I did a cover of this on flute like 2 weeks ago, like basically maybe 3 weeks ago, but very, very recently. And as I played on flute, well, I'm LaurentheFlute. Surprisingly, I play flute. And I've heard so many covers of it, but I've never heard anyone play it on the pan flute, which is the instrumentation that they chose. And I love it, but that's not what it sounds like in the original. And I would be curious what you would think going back and listening to the original tracks and hearing the difference between the version that you're getting to know first. Like, I'm really curious what the experience is like of playing through Final Fantasy VI for the first time in this format. It's a lot more user-friendly. They fixed a lot of things in it. But I don't know. Like, I played it on the Super Nintendo, which had a much more awkward translation. Yes! 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 We got it, folks! We got it. We got it. All right. So clearly, all we needed to do is get me talking about something that I wanted to talk about, and then I would completely forget. And then I was doing something grindy. So are you playing through the Final Fantasy series one after another? Are you doing like the pixel remasters, like one after another? That seems like a neat way to experience the series. And I've been wondering, are they going to get new fans? Oh my god, I love this song. And then the Irish flute that they've chosen. Interesting narrator way. So far, I'm positive about every change that I've seen them make, except I really don't like the Chocobo theme. Oh, you played After Years? Huh. Final Fantasy VI is definitely, of all of those games, it is the one by far with the most complex storytelling and characterization. So it's definitely different from the rest of them. Oh my god, it's so pretty. It's such a nice arrangement. Oh, so my sister's favorite game is Final Fantasy IV. Mine is 6. And she's one of the only people I know who likes the After Years, and I'm like, dude, how? Yeah, no, I listened to it and I was really excited about it, but I was not thrilled. I feel like I've heard a version of it that does the spelling thing before, and I don't remember where that was, but it's not my favorite. I like melodrama and tragedy all the way. If you like melodrama and tragedy like I do, you will like Final Fantasy VI. Where are you in it, Crit Fail, so that I know what not to say? Because I really don't want to spoil it for you. Like, it's such a powerful experience. It's really good. It goes places and does things that no game at the time had done. It still, I think, has a really bold story. Like, the decisions, what they chose to do with the plot is very, I don't know, very, very bold and very powerful in my opinion. I think it's a very powerful game. And I think it's a very powerful game to play right now, especially. Oh my god, okay, alright, that's good to know. Okay, so you just finished Zozo. I'm looking forward to seeing what they're doing with the music there, because Zozo's theme, which is called Slam Shuffle, is a very distinctive song. There's a few songs that are different from anything else in the game. And I can say the names of them because you won't know where they are, but I'm really dying to hear what Slam Shuffle sounds like. Folks, we're gonna hear what Devil's Lab sounds like, and I cannot wait to hear that one. Because Devil's Lab is also one of my favorites, and it sounds like nothing else on the soundtrack, but it's so perfect for the location that it is. This is very good. Right, Blue Glass? Like, it just occurred to me that I should be excited about about Devil's Lab. It's such a good song. I think this is Irimatsu's best soundtrack. And I won't tell you what Devil's Lab is because it's a song that it's a distinctive location that I will not share because it's coming up for Crit Fail, and I want them to be able to experience it. Oh man, it's so good. It's so good. It's such a good song. Industrial rock. Yeah, I can see that. Well, so I'm working on this novelization of Final Fantasy VI. All right, it's like 160,000 words. Because writing is like that's my ultimate jam, and I'm making an audiobook version of it that I've just started working on. And I'm arranging tracks to go with each chapter, and so when we get to the chapter where Devil's Lab, which is the chapter is called Devil's Lab, don't read if you haven't beaten the game, skip the prologue, but you can probably read starting with chapter 1. The prologue is a spoiler. But I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to arrange Devil's Lab with the instrumentation that I use. But yeah, anyway, I really like Final Fantasy VI a lot. I was showing folks a bunch of my fan art, or here's one that we've got. Here's me and my band versus a Kefka cosplayer at a convention that we were playing at, a little tiny convention. I thought it was really adorable. Oh no, not Double Slam, Devil's Lab. I'm sorry, I'm getting excited, and sometimes when I get excited, my words run together because I speak too fast. There are so many words I want to say, and they're all tumbling out of me all at once, and sometimes that leads to problems. Is it an actual genre? Okay. Well, that's good to know. Devil Slam Jam. Oh my... I mean, I bet it's out there. Does everybody present know what a Slam Jam is? If you don't, it is a mashup of a song, any song, and... Oh, what is the full proper name of that song? The Space Jam song. Come on and slam, and welcome to the jam. Oh my god. Here we go. Yes, Coyote Dash has the spirit. I love Slam Jams. I discovered them a few years ago and just completely lost my mind. So, although the Ultimate Slam Jam has been created. It was a recent addition on the Super Gunner channel a few weeks ago. So, oh my god, narrator way. Is it Tara playing basketball? Amazing. I'm sorry, if you haven't encountered Slam Jams before, you can find Slam Jams for just about any video game music. And it's incredible. Somebody did a Slam Jam of the entire Undertale soundtrack, and it's not like the best Slam Jams I've ever heard, but you give them full credit for like effort doing the whole thing. It's incredible. They're amazing. And there is, in fact, on Twitter, there is a come on and slam bot that if you say, like if you tweet part of the words of the lyrics, like it'll find you and it'll tweet the rest of them back at you. It's great. Bye, Crit Fail. Have fun at Disney. And enjoy the rest of this game as you play through it. I would love to hear what you think of it. Oh man, I'm looking at like the shadows, the level of shading on the sprites now that they can have more colors, and you can see like the ears, the shading around Sabin's ear. But yeah, thank you so much for raiding. We've had some really lovely raids this time around. It's fun, and I appreciate it. And for anyone who stuck around from a raid, thank you so much. I love my regulars. I have a really nice, friendly, delightful crowd. But it's always nice to meet new friends, and everybody who's popped in today has been really pleasant and sweet, which is good. That's what I like, so thank you. Oh man, yes, please let me know how much you cry. There's definitely some crying in Final Fantasy VI. Alright, let's go to South Figaro. We're gonna do it. We leveled up, we got Fire Dance. See if I remember it. I think it's a 3/4 circle. It's a good thing Locke's not on this boat, or he would be sick, much like me. This is one thing we have in common. Motion sickness. Tons of fun. So now we're beginning to wonder about everybody else. Gao is maybe not sure how he feels about boats. Decisive battle is about to unfold. Yes, it's a good song. I really like what they did with the Narshe theme. And it feels different from anywhere else, too. Yay! The brothers reconnect. He's like, oh, you've got new friends. Yeah, Doma is not doing so great. Was Doma collaborating with the Returners? I mean, I guess they say so. That is the thing I did not include in my fanfic and probably should have. It would have been nice, but I didn't. I think it's very effective. It's not necessarily what I would have chosen, but I think it works really well. And that is a live instrument. Like, I think that they have live soloists whenever there's a featured soloist, but I do think that there is some non-live performance. But maybe I'm wrong. Yes, the warmongering imperialists will not pay attention to us if we simply remain neutral. That's absolutely how it works. Well, but if it's Imperial propaganda, then wouldn't Cyan correct that? I don't know. Turns out everyone we crushed deserved it, yeah. Think again! It's the best characters, I love them so much. Yeah, Cyan's like, oh my god, Gauga's flying into the wall. I forgot about that. The woman's single-handedly responsible for the sack of Miranda. That's the thing, is people know about this. Leo knows about this. And it's like considered a terrible thing, you know? Imperial wretch. Locke's like, hold up, no, 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 and also no. I think that this is a slightly different sprite. Oh, Locke. Edgar's like, oh my god. Locke's like, it's not about that, I promise. Poor Cyan. But you take one look at Terra and you can't blame her for anything, you know? You can't blame Terra for the things that she's done. She's so sweet and innocent and has been brainwashed. Not even brainwashed, she was mind controlled, you know? Actually, I think I like the sprites. I think they've won me over. The amount of shading and detailed nuance they're able to do. I love how much they've made their sprites resemble those character designs. It is indeed narrator way, that's part of why I'm playing it. Sabin's like, I don't know anything about politics, man. I tried to keep out of this. This is what Edgar does, though, and I trust him, so. Yeah, Final Fantasy VI has some relevance. Some of the story that it tells is kind of timeless. All right. So good. Troop Smart John is very well done here. I love the new Kefka sprite. They've managed to put so much of his look into that. Oh yes, 7 is also super relevant. What about the civilians? Bah, I don't care. Yeah. So I kind of wonder, because of the time when this game came out, Because there was the Read My Lips that was part of the 90-something presidential campaign. I wonder, because this seems like this would have been an original Ted Woolsey line, if that was relevant in his mind at that time. That's a reason oppose rhymes with dispose. If they get in your way, kill them. I do not remember that line. That's new, I think. It's a good one. I like it, and I wonder what the original would have been. 1988? Okay. I couldn't remember if it was early 90s or late 80s, but yes. That's what I was referencing. Yeah, this line doesn't feel familiar. It's good. It's a good one, though, and it's very Kefka. So at this point, knowing how people received the translation of Kefka, any newly translated lines that they do, they would want to be in keeping with his absurd weirdness. God, the brass is so good. The use of brass is so good here. It makes me so happy looking at my party members, because looking at them here, even though it's not the sprites that I'm used to, they look more like themselves than they ever have before. You know? Does that make sense? They look like their character selves. I love it. We moved it out of the mines. All right, here's the, like, don't go swooning over him. Yeah. Protecting you out of love. Thanks for your concern. It's not some love-starved twit. Like, they couldn't change that line. Oh my god. Oh my god! He was about to start hitting on her. I don't think I ever noticed that before. Oh my god. Sorry. And this is a good detail, because they don't, in the version of it that I play, in the translation that I know, they didn't really go into any relationship between these two or them having known each other. Celes is like, isn't magic a wonderful gift or something like that? I thought we'd meet again like this. And Terra doesn't remember her. And I was still very young. I was artificially... So she could have actually been a few years older than Terra. She could be in her early 20s and it would still work. You know, she could be like 3 or 4 years old when they infused her with magic. Because the infusion would have to happen around the time that Terra is still a baby. They're both standing when Gestalt is like getting the people to cheer. But that doesn't mean that they know each other, because Terra's standing in the back. You don't see the girls interacting in the flashbacks. So Terra's already wondering about love. And Celes doesn't know how to take that, because it's a strange thing to say. I love her response there. I'm pretty sure this is a direct, like, this is the same. Fine, use your own eyes and see for yourself which side I'm on. Like, there's a lot of power in the way that it's written. Love that. All right, so we can save here and come back to this, or we can see if we're able to actually make it through this. I have to eat before too much longer. Oh, that is a free heals. Probably can't do that when you're actually fighting. All right, equip. Optimal. Okay. So you go through and equip the entire party. Oh my god. Look at how tiny Cow is. Oh my god, he's so little bitty. Oh my god, he's so cute. Oh my god. I don't remember him being this tiny in the original, and I love it. I love it so much. Look at what a little bitty baby he is. Oh, precious child. Alright, we need to put new clothes on you, sir. Oops, wrong button. All right. I guess that's probably about as good as it's gonna get. Shall we go for it, folks? Shall we see how we do with an overpowered Sabin? I'm pretty sure that's the way to do it. All right, we'll give it a shot. We saved. All right, we're gonna divide anybody into the party. All right. Hi, Mog. No, I don't want an explanation. No, I'll eat later because I'll stop streaming and I'll eat. So, all right. I'm gonna try what I'm gonna make the ultimate party and our ultimate party and just go fight everything with them, I think. So like, I love Edgar. He's good. Locke is my favorite, but Locke does not belong in the ultimate party. So this is an option that you can do. Is you put everybody else over here and you just take everything out with these guys. We can try that if you want, or we can try to play this properly. What would we like to do? Shall I actually be smart about it? Probably shouldn't just have these folks all by themselves. But yeah, look, okay. Look at how much health Sabin has. Yeah, strolling up to Kefka and beating him into the dirt is what we're gonna do. Alright. Oh, detailed status. Oh, look at that. Nice. Okay. Alright. We're gonna confirm. We're done. Here they come. So good. Oh, I love that, like, his outfit floops out a little bit when he walks. His feathers move. His little shoulder pad things move. It is so interesting having that sampled laugh. Having that sampled laugh when the music is this real. All right, Sabin. Okay. Do you see what I mean? Did we not hear this when we did the Mughals fight? Anyway, do you see why we do it this way? Like, oh my god, it's so fiery. Okay. You're right, that is Locke's theme. Okay, look. Yeah, there's a counter melody. This section where it... Oh. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, man. Like, there was always a piece of Terra's theme, but not that beautifully done. Alright. I did tell you, like, I'd never had trouble with the battle for Narshe until, like, the last time I played through it, when I played it with a friend. We weren't like leveled properly, and by that I mean we didn't have fire dance, and so I was like, how is this hard? So then I went and I got us some gear and fire dance. And fire dance took care of business. It takes care of everything. It's really good. Sorry, it's really good. All right, so, oh, you know what? You can go in the back row, and you can go in the back row. Alright, we're gonna just use some potions here, because why not? Oh, I guess they can. Oh no, Magitech barrier. If only the Magitech barrier could protect you from literally anything else. But you're gonna be on fire. So I can use my magic against Kefka. I don't know. Right? Fidor. Oh my god. I'm glad to know that Fidor is still Fidor. Well, so if you look at the dogs here, it's clear that they've experimented with like they've done some Mother 3 style experimenting on creatures. Like, they're pretty evil. They're pretty evil. Alright, let's go over here and take out these guys. Okay. Fine, I guess I'll heal after this. Alright. Oops. No, please don't die. Thing is, once I get this out, then I'll be fine. So okay, we'll try to heal. I do need to make that seal emoji, don't I? And it'll be up to me to figure out contextually if you mean healing or saving, but maybe we don't question the game. Oh, I forgot to make sure that Sully's got all of her health back. Well, that's okay. Or her magic back. Oh, the way they arranged Terra's theme for this is... They went all in on it being Terra's theme, and it's beautiful. Alright. Are you terribly impressed? I think you're not supposed to have fire dance yet. I need the drill. I don't remember what that does, but I'm gonna set you on fire. I backguarded Sabin and Edgar, but not the girls, because I thought they might be hitting with their fists, but they're not going to be hitting with their fists. Alright. I will say, narratively, it works much better not to have fire dance here. Narratively, it works much better because if you're not very careful here, it is very difficult. This is a sticking point for a lot of people on their first time through the game. And I think narratively, it's nice to kind of like get by like the skin of your teeth, like be like, whew, oh my god, I can't believe we win this. Oh god, do I have enough potions? Can I do this? Oh god, I hope we can pull this off. I think that works much better from a story perspective for where the returners are at this point, personally. What's I gonna do? Narrator is not convinced. Oh my god. I feel like it's pretty accurately described as steamrollering, isn't it? There we go. If you have to have, the thing is, like, the rest of your party has to contribute more and your other parties have to do more. Like, it's not, you don't instantaneously vaporize an entire party of enemies without anything if you're using Aura Bolt. So it still helps a lot, but it is a lot more difficult otherwise. A random kid in a lion skin. Oh my god, okay. I didn't know that you could do something cool with Gao here, but yeah, Blue Glass, I think that's what you're supposed to do. And I think that narratively that makes the most sense. It is a much more interesting experience. It's a much more interesting experience. However, I just really like fire dancing everything forever and ever until you get Bum Rush. All right. I love Locke so much. I'm sorry. I love this boy. I believe in you. What? Are you serious? Wow! Wow! Okay, that makes this vastly easier. So clearly this was actually a difficult section, and they recognized this as a difficult section. And they wanted to make sure that you weren't... Because the problem is, you can be screwed over if you come here not prepared. There is no way to go out and prepare. That's why we got stuck the time that was really bad. It's because like we hadn't prepared for it because I forgot to go shopping. I don't think you can switch around the front characters. Maybe you can. That's a good idea, Blue Glass. I love this. I love this boy. Ah, there we go. Time to put, okay. Oh, he doesn't have anyone else in his party. Thank you, Gao, you're contributing. Yeah, like, so if you play for the first time, you don't expect it. You're under-leveled, you're under-equipped, and you cannot do anything about it. Like, that makes perfect sense. No, it's a very smart decision. Oh, look at how serious she looks. Look at her serious face. Ah, Tara is, her memories maybe are beginning to come back at this point. I really like, you can see the emotion. Like, she's not doing her battle pose, she's doing her sad pose. So it's specifically custom to whoever is talking. It's such a good game and I love it. I love it. And like, you see how the amount of different nuance they're able to put into the characters now that they don't have to worry about color palettes. So the Figaro brothers are not as pale as the girls are. So good. I love the new sprites. I love what they're doing with the expressiveness of them. I'm really glad that they put that bucket there. I bet people will complain, but those people are silly. Just because we got stuck there and had problems with it doesn't mean that everybody should, I think. So I'm glad that they, I'm glad that they put the bucket there. That makes this vastly better. Shall we do this? God, it's so good. Yeah, no, and that's the whole thing about any sort of difficulty, like easy playing, easy option, easy mode, is that you can just not take it and be like, I don't need the bucket. I'm gonna challenge myself by not using the bucket. Yes, buckets all over the place. Oh my god, please tell me you know the Lolrus, the Lolrus. Where's my bucket? Shall we do this? Shall we fight the Kefka? Let me set him on fire. Yes, okay, Blade Tiger knows what I'm referencing. Oh man, all right, let's do this. Let's do it. Oops. Oop, nope, no, that's bad. I did that wrong. Why did that happen? Well, I don't know why that happened, but that's fine. We're fine. We're good. Oh, Aura Bolt is better here? Okay. That's fine. We'll switch to that then. Alright. I'm sorry. Yeah, I know. I was trying to runic that spell. I was trying to runic fire so that it wouldn't hit him. Oh no! She's confused! That's bad. Okay. We're gonna put the fire in the right place, thanks. I guess I should probably smack her. See whose side she's on. Oh jeez, that's bad. Oh my god, look at how serious Sarah looks! Look at her serious mode! Oh look at, do you see her face? She's all like, It's really cute. Oh my god, she's precious. I really like the sprite work. They've done a really good job. Grr! Ha! Poor Celes, she was confused. Look at how nicely done that is. The amount of extra care they can put into showing us Narshe. And it's neat because Narshe, as we know, it has like those like bridges connecting things. And so if you look down though, you can see those bridges. Like that's like a trademark of Narshe's design. And everyone senses that Terra, as she backs up, they're like, something's wrong here. That would make sense, Stolen Light. So Celes rescues Locke. Foreshadowing. Of course he falls right back down, but you know. So it's not going to be Tritalk. It's going to be the other name that I always forget. Ha! Did you say something? Edgar's worried about her. Everyone's worried about her. But Edgar doesn't trust the Esper. It's a good thing that this doesn't just like immediately destroy all of the rest of us. Oh man! It's the same scream sound that they usually use. This was so, like, you know, shocking and amazing back in the day. What just happened? What happened to Terra? What did she turn into? Why did she turn into something? Where's she going? Why is she pink? Letting you see more of the world. Was that Zozo she was circling? No, she's just flying like crazy right now. She turned into a something and flew off. Edgar, of course, inserts himself right between these two because he doesn't know or trust Celes, and he's worried about his friend and his other friend. Nice narrate away. Beyond Figaro. Yes, Cyan recognizes that Terra is not to blame. It's interesting, they've given Cyan the narrower eyes of an older man in anime style art. How that makes sense. Oh, Cullingen. Yay, Locke! Are you excited about going to Cullingen? Alright, so like for me, it's a no-brainer who my party is gonna be. My party for the rest of the game will be a variation on this right here. Just is. That's fair, Blues. I mean, other people may choose. No, probably not. I'd have to find my way around here. Oh, I don't remember how to get out of Narshe. How do I get out of Narshe? How do I get out of Narshe? Hi, buddy. Is it okay if I open all of these treasure chests, or is there something that I want to like avoid doing here? Is this one of those things? Nah, I don't need shadow yet. Okay, open, okay. Earring, that's pretty useful. Reflect ring, also handy. Thief's bracer, cool. A whole bunch of relics. Well, that chest is locked, so we will leave it alone. Hello, person. Oh, I should probably get new clothes. New shields for my party. Sorry, I'm listening to the music. I'm just kind of grooving a little bit. No, I don't think there were elixirs in every clock, but there were a lot of clocks with elixirs. Yes. Shockingly, the Empire won't leave you alone. Yeah, when we were in the Elder's house, I was like, I bet there's an elixir in that clock. And there is, in fact. Yeah, no, that's the question, sir. Can I read your... I can't read your diary. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure that the sax is... Like I said, I think that the solo instruments are live. Don't know about anything else, but I do think that that is true. Hello. Moogleses. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. We gather them, we don't use them, life goes on. It's great. This is how JRPG stuff goes. Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna get Locke a back row weapon. Do I want the chain flail for her? Yeah, actually, she attacks sometimes, so. Oh, you can equip directly from the screen? Oh, that's neat. Oh, it puts a little rectangle around whoever you've got in the front row. All right, cool. But she's still got a sword, so because she can dual wield right now, or well, hopefully she'll be able to do runic as well. Still. Take them before the Empire does. That guy is not convinced they won't. Well, if I want her to be able to runic, then she should have a sword, right? Do I want her to be able to runic? How often does she runic? I do want to go eat soon. Like, I'm gonna basically finish my shopping here, and then I'm gonna go save, and then I'm gonna shut down. Then I'm gonna eat some food. I think at this point we're pretty good on stuff front. Now that I have 2 healers in my party, I'm good. All right. I don't think I need any of these. So barrier ring just makes you better at magic? That sounds good. Ah, okay. Alright, well then we will unrunicify her. Oh, I could have just equipped straight from that screen. Well, that's fine. That's alright. I'll eventually figure out what can be done here. Alright. It's so pretty. All right, I'm gonna save here. I feel like I've actually made pretty good progress through this game given my usual pace. So I really want to get to the opera at some point. And I mean, like, should I keep streaming this game? Would you folks like to see me continue streaming this on Saturdays during the day? Like, should this be our Saturday stream game until I finish playing through it? I'm not taking as long to play through it as I did the last time I streamed it because I'm not just talking for hours about it. Okay. Because I don't know that I'll do the entire 5-hour long stream, and I won't be doing both days in a weekend. I won't be doing a marathon thing every weekend. Okay, well that's exciting. Yeah, because I'd really like to. The thing is, I want to get to the good stuff and find out without having to like run away from everybody else talking about this game so that it doesn't get spoiled for me, because I want to know what is the opera going to be like. I'm dying to know what Dancing Mad is going to be like. I'm dying to know what the ending. Now that's a ways away, but since I know how to play this game sort of, and I'm not worried about spoilers or backseating, so I can ask folks for like advice on, okay, well, what's my best setup here? So if you've ever wanted to help me min-max a game, now is the time. I will be asking people to help me get through this game so that if we take a while in a section, it's because we're choosing to think about it and talk about it, not because we're stuck on gameplay in any capacity. So maybe I'll just fire dance everything. It is so effective. So effective. It's really good. Granted, it's overpowered for what we just did, so that's not necessarily indicative of how powerful it'll be for the rest of the game, but I'd really like to hear the rest of this. I may not dress up as Locke all the time, but yeah, let's do this Saturday, next Saturday at noon. This is going to be the game. Probably back to a 3-hour time slot instead of a 5-hour time slot, 6-hour time slot. I think it's safe to say that I've had a much easier time streaming longer streams in recent years. And I think that probably has something to do with the fact that I'm no longer trying to be someone I'm not in my everyday life. Makes it easier. So I'm no longer layering the I'm trying to entertain people on top of trying to be the right person that I feel I need to be. But instead I'm just being me, or much closer to me. And then if you put some I need to probably be somewhat entertaining to people on top of that, it's less stressful. Also, I've been streaming longer now, so I feel more comfortable doing it. But it is really interesting to me how maybe I'm not going to do another 12-hour stream like I did with Deltarune Chapter 1. That was a little intense. But doing this has been really fun and interesting, and I'm really curious to see what they do in the future and what gets changed. So as long as you folks enjoy this, we'll continue talking about this story, games of this era, game storytelling in like the modern era, and that I think is a really interesting conversation to have. Whatever changes that they make, musical things like that, you know, there's a lot to talk about and a lot to experience, and I just love this game. If you'll tolerate me talking about my fanfic from time to time, I appreciate it. I'm just really excited about it. So hey, maybe I will have Chapter 1 done and I can make you folks listen to part of that. See how it goes. Yeah, thank you so much for joining me for this. This is a game that is very important to me and very beloved by me. And it's really nice to share it with people who get it. And love it as much as I do. And I'm really hoping that we'll just continue through this and have a good time. Yes, and next time, Figaro flashbacks, Forever Rachel, and Zozo, hopefully the opera. Those are some of my favorite sections in the game, some of my favorite scenes, and I'm really looking forward to sharing them. So let me see. Oh my goodness, do we want to do some music? Do you folks want me to? I'm gonna raid, I think, one of my music friends. How does that sound? There is a friend of mine who is streaming music, and I think let's do that. That sounds good. Thank you all so much for being here. I really appreciate you. And I look forward to continuing to have adventures together through this game experience. So yeah, thank you so much. Tuesdays are Horizon Zero Dawn, Thursdays are Hades, and apparently Saturdays are going to be Final Fantasy VI Pixel Remaster. So yeah, take care, and I will see you all soon. Trying to raid. Here we go. Here we go. And all right. Good night, folks. Take care. Be safe.